check.
सर है अभी 2 मिनट, मेरी एक घड़ी आगे चल रही है।
टॉस जो है मैच शुरू होने से पहले दिखाते हैं मेरे ख्याल। हाँ, लाइव नहीं दिखाते।
नहीं, लाइव नहीं।
पिच पे चला लाउड जो भी कहना है जरा ऊंचा करें।
Hello and welcome to the eliminator of the Pakistan Junior League. All-important game. The side who wins moves forward. The one who loses has to go home. I've got the match referee next to me, Mr. Mohammad Javed Malik. Next to him is, of course, the Rawalpindi Raiders captain, Habibullah, and then Abbas Ali, the captain of Mardan Warriors. Habib has got the coin.
Head.
Head is the call. And it is tails. Rawalpindi Raiders have won the toss. Habib, क्या करेंगे?
बैटिंग करेंगे हम पहले।
बैटिंग करेंगे। चलिए पहला सवाल यही करता हूं कि इसका रीज़न क्या है, क्योंकि यूजुअली साइड्स यहाँ पे चेज ज़्यादा करती हुई दिखाई दी हैं।
जी बिल्कुल, इसका आप अगर रीज़न देखें तो हमारी बैटिंग स्ट्रेंथ काफ़ी अच्छी है, पावर प्ले भी हमारा अच्छा वेल होता है, तो अगर हमारी बॉलिंग स्ट्रेंथ उससे बेहतर हो रही है तो 160 और 150 अगर हम करते हैं तो फिर हमारी बॉलिंग स्ट्रेंथ इतनी अच्छी है कि वो रोक सके।
तो आज जितना भी टैलेंट है और जितना भी जोर है वो आज ही लगाना है, क्योंकि जो जीतेगा वो आगे जाएगा। तो प्लानिंग और हर हिसाब से आप सेटिस्फाइड हैं, रेडी हैं इस मुकाबले के लिए?
जी बिल्कुल, काफ़ी हमारे लिए बहुत टफ मैच है, तो हमारी पूरी कोशिश से भी ज़्यादा कोशिश होगी कि हम इस मैच को जीत सकें।
4 मैचेस यहाँ खेले गए हैं इस पिच पे और कैप्टन्स ने 2 बार पहले बैटिंग की है, 2 बार चेज किया है। आप क्या स्कोर देख रहे हैं इस एलिमिनेटर में कि आपको लगता है कि ये काफ़ी होना चाहिए?
टफ मैच है दोनों टीम्स के लिए, तो 160 भी आई थिंक अच्छा होगा, 165 रन, और अगर इससे आगे बढ़ता है तो वो बोनस पॉइंट होंगे हमारे लिए।
कोई तब्दीलियां हैं टीम में?
सेम टीम है।
सेम टीम है। चलिए, गुड लक।
थैंक यू।
लेट्स टॉक टू अब्बास अली। अब्बास, आपको अब चेज करना है, यही आपका भी फैसला था?
नहीं, हम बॉलिंग कर रहे थे।
हाँ तो सही है, वो सही है ना, फिर चेज कर रहे थे इसका।
जी बिल्कुल, हम
आपको
चेज
मिल गया
कर रहे
चाहिए था। ये बताइए मुझे कि जिस तरह से रावलपिंडी की सिचुएशन आपकी भी है, ये ओवरऑल अच्छी क्रिकेट खेली है आपकी टीम ने, किस तरह से देख रहे हैं इस एलिमिनेटर को और क्या लगता है कि चेजेबल है यहाँ पर आपकी टीम के लिए?
जी बिल्कुल, डू एंड डाई मैच है, हमारे लिए भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, उन लोगों के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। इंशाल्लाह कोशिश करेंगे, प्लान पूरी है, तैयारी पूरी है, इंशाल्लाह कोशिश करेंगे अच्छे खेलेंगे।
प्रेशर मैच होता है, जब नॉकआउट गेम होता है, दोनों तरफ बराबरी से जो है थोड़ी सी फील करती हैं टीमें। आपको क्या स्कोर लग रहा है? मैंने जब जो जानना चाह रहा हूँ कि आपको लगता है कि जी ऐसे एलिमिनेटर में इतने रन आराम से चेज हो जाएंगे यहाँ?
जी बिल्कुल, इंशाल्लाह कोशिश करेंगे 135 140 तक रिस्ट्रिक्ट करे, इजी बॉली चेस करें।
क्या तब्दीलियाँ लाए हैं टीम में?
जी हमने 3 चेंजेस किए, फारूक और फारूक खेल रहा है और नबील खेल रहा है और एक
चलिए कोई बात नहीं, हम लिस्ट में देख लेंगे।
नहीं, जुएब नहीं खेल रहा है,
जुएब नहीं खेल रहा है।
बुरहान नहीं खेल रहा है
Okay.
और एमल नहीं खेल रहा है। एमल इंजरी है तो इसलिए
Okay.
रेस्ट दिए और फारूक खेल रहा है और
कोई बात नहीं।
सॉरी सॉरी
Good luck to you.
ओके।
All right, so the news from down here is that it's Rawalpindi Raiders who won the toss and they've decided that they will bat first.
It's the battle of the survivors as the Mardan Warriors take on the Rawalpindi Raiders. The Warriors will be looking at picking themselves up after being demolished by the Sharks and Saad Masood.
There is another one. So he's picked up a fifer.
The Raiders will look to build on the momentum gained after securing victory against the Royals. Led by Habibullah and Hassan, they will look to reach the qualifier.
That's a big shot. He cannot be dismissed.
Who will be the victor? Will it be the Mardan Warriors or the Rawalpindi Raiders? It's game on.
Welcome back to Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore. We are set for the eliminator between the Rawalpindi Raiders and the Mardan Warriors. Thank you for joining us again at the PJL. We are ready for the eliminator starting shortly. And remember, the losing team is out of the running. I've got Sana and Dom with me here to talk about what to expect tonight. Sana, a pretty exciting game ahead of all of us.
Absolutely. Both these teams are quite well balanced in the sense that when you see look at the Warriors, they have got a really good bowling attack and the batting is all right. They have sometimes performed, sometimes not. On the other hand, the Raiders have a good batting side and their bowling is sometimes it's really good and sometimes it's average. So it balances out the competition for me.
But Dom, the excitement of a knockout game is just so thrilling.
Absolutely, and let's just remember the Warriors are coming off that loss. The Raiders are coming off a win, so of course the confidence will be probably more with the Raiders. What will be important, two things are coming up, will be what the pitch is. I think they'll all probably be quite similar, and who wins the toss and what they do first. They're the two most important things in this eliminator. We'll wait and see what happens.
Well, the Raiders have been pretty impressive throughout the tournament. Let's take a look at their journey so far. Dominic, pretty decent side.
Yeah, it's a decent side, and look, the main thing is that bottom line, match 16. It says win, and I think that's what will help them going into this eliminator. Forget the pressure. I think both sides know. Lose this game, they go home. But coming out of that win, which is a good win against the Royals, they'll go into this game feeling confident and trying to get themselves into qualifier 2. That's the next step for them. Can they do that?
And the Warriors, they have been almost, the results are almost the same. They also lost 2 games while coming thus far, but they lost the last one to the Gavada Sharks. But I don't think that it will be too much of a problem because they were giving chances to people who were sitting out. So hopefully they can get this strength back in this game. Overall, both the teams look really balanced. Both have come here reaching here with 2 losses and rest of the matches they won.
Let's take a look at the playoff tree and see what else is lined up for the week. So there we are right now, Dom, the eliminator.
Yeah, the eliminator means they'll just go one step further to qualifier 2. They'll take on the Royals, who lost to the Sharks quite comprehensively last night. So they could actually play, whoever wins this game could play 3 games on the trot, which is not easy. They could go Wednesday, Thursday and play the Sharks on Friday. Or we could see the same game as we saw obviously last night. The Royals may win and go through there. There's still lots to play. These are 2 very good sides and I can't wait for this eliminator.
Well, it's going to be an exciting eliminator ahead of all of us. Let's go to Tino, who's ready with the pitch report.
Yeah.
Well, let's go to Tino, who's ready with the pitch report for us.
Yeah, thanks, Roa. I'll tell you what, it's absolutely pleasant out in the middle here at Gaddafi Stadium, and we look forward to an exciting clash. Of course, this game is the last we'll see of either of these 2 teams. They need to put in a good performance. Right, let's talk a little bit about the weather because it's very cool in the middle, and you can see some flags fluttering in the background there. That tells you that we're probably not going to get a lot of dew. There has been temperatures dropping in the evenings, so I think that's got nothing to do with the decision that the captains will make, how much dew will be available today. Right. right, let's look at the pitch now. And just before we get to the surface itself and how it's looking, it is pitch number 2, being used in 4 night games so far. And the highest score batting first here has been 131. The average first inning score on this particular surface, 125. And on the rest of them, it's up at 141. So that tells you that although we've had good batting conditions out here in the middle, this pitch probably hasn't provided the best batting conditions. Let's take a closer look at it. And you'll find similarities in all the surfaces that we've had. It's got a nice bit of green grass that's sparse there. But on the other side, which would be in line with the left-handers, and there's a few that'll be playing tonight, you can see there's a lot more less grass. It's drier, and the surface underneath looks like it's probably got a lot less moisture than we've seen. Because of that, we've seen in the evenings that the seamers have got the ball to move around when it pitches in these greener areas. I think if the ball pitches in those areas, probably not going to get so much bounce carrying through. The spinners we've seen hadn't had a lot in terms of spin, so in those areas might just die down a little bit and provide difficult conditions for the batters a little bit later. I don't think really it's anything to be fussy about whether you bat first or bowl first. However, we've seen that teams have enjoyed batting second and they've won games.
Thanks, Tino. Now we're ready for the toss with Sikandar Bakht.
Hello and welcome to the eliminator of the Pakistan Junior League. All-important game. The side who wins moves forward. The one who loses has to go home. I've got the match referee next to me, Mr. Javed Malik. Next to him is, of course, the Rawalpindi Raiders captain, Habibullah, and then Abbas Ali, the captain of Mardan Warriors. Habib has got the coin.
Head.
Head is the call. And it is tails. Rawalpindi Raiders have won the toss. Abhi kya karenge?
बैटिंग करेंगे हम पहले.
बैटिंग करेंगे. चलिए पहला सवाल यही करता हूं कि इसका रीज़न क्या है, क्योंकि यूजुअली साइड्स यहाँ पे चेज ज़्यादा करती हुई दिखाई दी हैं.
जी बिल्कुल, इसका आप अगर रीज़न देखें तो हमारी बैटिंग स्ट्रेंथ काफ़ी अच्छी है, पावर प्ले भी हमारा अच्छा वेल होता है. तो अगर हमारी बॉलिंग स्ट्रेंथ उससे बेहतर हो रही है तो 160 और 150 अगर हम करते हैं तो फिर हमारी बॉलिंग स्ट्रेंथ इतनी अच्छी है कि वो रोक सके.
तो आज जितना भी टैलेंट है और जितना भी जोर है वो आज ही लगाना है, क्योंकि जो जीतेगा वो आगे जाएगा. तो प्लानिंग और हर हिसाब से आप सेटिस्फाइड हैं, रेडी हैं इस मुकाबले के?
जी बिल्कुल, काफ़ी हमारे लिए बहुत टफ मैच है. तो हमारी पूरी कोशिश से भी ज़्यादा कोशिश होगी कि हम इस मैच को जीत सकें.
4 मैचेस यहाँ खेले गए हैं इस पिच पे और कैप्टन्स ने 2 बार पहले बैटिंग की है, 2 बार चेज किया है. आप क्या स्कोर देख रहे हैं इस एलिमिनेटर में कि आपको लगता है कि ये काफ़ी होना चाहिए?
टफ मैच है दोनों टीम्स के लिए, तो 160 भी आई थिंक अच्छा होगा, 165 रन. और अगर इससे आगे बढ़ता है तो वो बोनस पॉइंट होंगे हमारे लिए.
कोई तब्दीलियां हैं टीम में?
सेम टीम है.
सेम टीम है. चलिए, गुड लक.
थैंक यू.
लेट्स टॉक टू अब्बास अली. अब्बास, आपको अब चेज करना है, यही आपका भी फैसला था?
नहीं, हम बॉलिंग कर रहे थे.
हाँ तो सही है, वो सही है ना, फिर चेज कर रहे थे इसका.
जी बिल्कुल, हम
आपको मिल गया चाहिए था. ये बताइए मुझे कि जिस तरह से रावलपिंडी की सिचुएशन है, आपकी भी यही है, ओवरऑल अच्छी क्रिकेट खेली है आपकी टीम ने. किस तरह से देख रहे हैं इस एलिमिनेटर को और क्या लगता है कि चेजेबल है यहाँ पर आपकी टीम के लिए?
जी बिल्कुल, डू एंड डाई मैच है, हमारे लिए भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, उन लोगों के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. इंशाल्लाह कोशिश करेंगे, प्लान पूरी है, तैयारी पूरी है, इंशाल्लाह कोशिश करेंगे अच्छे खेलेंगे.
प्रेशर मैच होता है, जब नॉकआउट गेम होता है, दोनों तरफ बराबरी से जो है थोड़ी सी फील करती हैं टीमें. आपको क्या स्कोर लग रहा है? मैंने जब जो जानना चाह रहा हूँ कि आपको लगता है कि जी ऐसे एलिमिनेटर में इतने रन आराम से चेज हो जाएंगे यहाँ?
जी बिल्कुल, इंशाल्लाह कोशिश करेंगे 135 140 तक स्ट्राइक करें, इजीली चेस करें.
क्या तब्दीलियाँ लाए हैं टीम में?
जी हमने 3 चेंजेस किए. फारूक खेल रहा है और नबील खेल रहा है और एक
चलिए कोई बात नहीं, हम लिस्ट में देख लेंगे.
नहीं, ज़ुएब नहीं खेल रहा है,
ज़ुएब नहीं खेल रहा है,
बुरहान नहीं खेल रहा है और एमल नहीं खेल रहा है. एमल इंजरी है तो इसलिए रेस्ट दिए. और फारूक खेल रहा है और
कोई बात नहीं. गुड लक टू यू.
ओके.
All right, so the news from down here is that it's Rawalpindi Raiders who won the toss and they've decided that they will bat first.
And that isn't a surprise really with that win by 23 runs against the Royals. They bowled really well as well, so keep your eye out for Azir Mughal got 2 wickets, Zayola 2 wickets.
Is brilliant, and the range of shots as an opener He's not a one-sided player. He can play on the offside, the leg side, front foot and back foot. Uses the feet against spinner. A complete package to be an opener in T20 cricket. And the Raiders are up against the Mardan Warriors. We see the top order is pretty good. George Thomas there, Shahzeb Khan has been amongst runs. The captain needs to make runs, and there have been 3 changes. Ollie Cox come in for Burhan, Mohammad Farooq comes in for Zohaib, and Nabil comes in for Emil, who has been a regular member of the fast bowling. Their fast bowling, as you know, has been pretty brilliant, but there's an injury. But now in this fast bowling group with Nabil, one player that really has to step up is Abidullah. I think. What do you have to say about Abidullah?
I think Abidullah is a good player, and let's take you back to when he played against the Raiders. Going to see a couple of wickets. He's a good player, but he got Esakale out in that game. He got 1 for 33 against the Mardan Warriors. The Raiders won that game by 5 wickets. What I like about him, he's got a bit of heart about him. He runs in, he hits the crease. Great to see that they're all together there with the team photos. This is going to be a great eliminator, Rohit and Sana, and one that both sides are 1 game away from another way to get to qualifier 2.
Well, a high-pressure game for both these teams indeed. We're ready now to take you to the live action, and that's it from us here. And now it's over to Tino and Mike.
We are going to have some fun tonight, that's for sure. We have our first sudden death game. It is the Raiders versus the Warriors, and of course the loser packs their bags and looks forward to next season. It is the sharp end, and we're coming to you live from the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore, and this should be an absolute beauty. In case you're just joining us, the Raiders have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. They've won 2 games batting first. The Warriors, by the way, were also quite happy to have a ball, so they'll be both teams will be happy with proceedings, and we've got some ICC panel umpires, Rashid Riaz and Shazab Raza, the men with the purple shirts, who are going to be in charge of the game today. But this is an important game. Both these sides are bound to be keyed up because there's plenty on the line. Tino's alongside me. Tino, what are your thoughts before we get underway?
Wow, super excited. As you say, both these teams will know that today could be their last day in the competition, depending on how well they perform. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they go about their business this evening. These 2 men have been quite outstanding with the willow in hand. Ezekiel and the captain. The 6th match today. He's got 123 runs, 1/2 century.
And the other thing about them is they've got the best power play. The runs per over at 8.07, so the best of all the teams. Another reason why Habibullah said that he was pretty keen to get out there first. The other thing with the big game also, it's quite nice to get runs on the board, and you don't fault any side who thinks they want to get out there on a good surface and get some runs on the board and push a total and try and put the opposition, in this case the Warriors, under a bit of pressure. Your pitch report was very good. There was a couple of things I think we need to just talk about. You mentioned the fact that the average score on this pitch number 2, is 125 only. That's low. For those who missed the pitch report, why do you think that is?
Yeah, I just looked at the surface this evening, and it looks like it doesn't have as much grass as the other pitches has had. And we've seen during these evening games where there's a little bit of green grass. Have a look on the left there. Quite sparse in terms of how much grass is there. You'll find as you go down to this end, there's a bit more grass on the left side there. So that just gives the ball a bit of extra pace. Hazy, when it lands there, we've seen the ball nipping around, and it's when it hits those areas. So been used quite often, 4 matches already. This is the 5th. And that's probably why, probably just a bit tired as well.
The last time it was used, however, was a week ago, so it's had a little bit of time to breathe, take a couple of deep breaths, and maybe come alive a little bit more. We'll have to wait and see. Righto, here we go. It is the Eliminator. Eliminator number 1. And of course, the loser goes home. The winner stays very much alive. Raiders versus the Warriors. Quick single, that's all it was for starters. Interesting, the opening the bowling with Afan, a little bit of spin. Of course, there's only 2 players allowed outside that circle in the first 6 overs in the power play, and those guys are at long off and a deep straight mid-wicket. And I thought he might go that route, and he's done it quite comfortably. 4 runs.
Yeah, he's not afraid to do this to the left arm spinner. We've seen him do it in previous encounters. If the mid-off is up, he's very happy to give himself some room, create space to be able to hit over the offside.
Righto, so a boundary off the second ball. That's a good start to the Raiders. Good tone. Sliding leg side. Bowler not interested at all in the appeal.
Yes, the quicker, flatter one that's just skidded on. Clearly going way past the leg stump.
A little bit flatter, a little bit quicker. Maybe an arm ball, that delivery.
Absolutely right, Hazy. It's the arm ball. Nicely bowled.
Again, so he's put the bowler under pressure with that boundary second ball, so therefore they can't afford another boundary in this over, because if they go for 10, let's call it, in the first over, and suddenly the Warriors are going to be very much on the back foot. It's a good recovery so far. Oh, that's pretty adjacent, unless there was a neck. Up goes that finger and he walks. He's off. He knew he was straight in front and he's on his way.
Well, I heard 2 noises, Hazy, and I thought he might have just got a bottom or inside edge on this, but he's right in front of the stumps. It's the arm ball again. He should really have been looking to be forward there. He's seen the last couple of balls just sliding onto the bat. That is a top delivery to get a very important wicket early on.
Yep, no problems with that. Rashid Riaz says, you're on your bike, I'm afraid. It's bright and breezy right at the top. They've lost their first. And the score is 6 for 1. Warriors, a couple of their players right now are beaming. Why not? That is a big wicket first up. They've been very successful. That opening pair of Habibullah and Ezekiel. Ezekiel is the man that is back in the hut now. Abdullah is bowling over number 2. Bit of a buzz around the place with the Warriors right now.
Very much so. Abdullah, who we've seen do a very handy job with the new ball. He's not afraid to pitch the ball up. When there has been a bit of assistance for the faster bowlers under lights, he's got it. He shapes the ball away from the right-hander. And it's because of the length that he bowls. Not afraid to push the ball up.
That opening partnership for the Raiders has been formidable. Strike rate of 125 plus, a couple of half centuries. The Warriors have taken care of that so far today.
And it was the arm ball. He's gone back, and that ball's just kept a bit low, actually, Hazy. He struck nicely in front of the leg stump. No questions there.
A little bit of swing away. That's why it's only half the bat. This might be another one. No, it's going to be fine. Bit of tag teamwork come back for two quite comfortably. Enough on the willow. Enough on the ball, I should say, from the willow.
Habibullah won't be scared to go up and over the offside. He'll know that the bowler likes to swing the ball away. He pitches it up. If he gets that length wrong, and it's a little too full, then he can use the length to try and go over that offside.
Lots of responsibility on the captain straight away. He's got to make sure that he's a little bit circumspect initially. He can't afford to give away another wicket right at the top. They've got to build some sort of partnership, but they've still got to be positive at the same time without being silly.
He'll know what he needs to do. We've seen him play that kind of a role early in the competition. What I like about him is I haven't seen many slogs from him. There's good, strong cricketing shots.
Top edge onto the upper chest region, I think. Looks like he's okay. Just moving away just to make sure he's okay. Yep, the top edge and that chest bone.
Now this time shorter in length. Now it looks like it's come off the forearm and then gone into the chin under the visor. Yeah, it's bounced off the chest into the chin. That won't be comfortable. 5.5 ounces of hard leather.
Yeah, that's going to hurt, believe me. The medical team will just come out and just make sure he's okay. Very experienced, the medical boys involved with the Pakistan Junior League Under-19 tournament. So this is the eliminator. This is such an important game. You win, you survive. Simple as that. As we look at the playoff tree, qualifying number 1, you can see that the Sharks are already gone straight through to the final. The Royals have got to go to qualifying number 2, and they'll play the winner of this game between Rawalpindi and Mardan. The Raiders versus the Warriors. Warriors in red, the Raiders in black.
That was that last ball that Abdullah didn't manage to put away, but he looks like he's okay now. And get back to live action here at the Gaddafi Stadium.
So just a couple of runs off this over and 1 ball remaining now. So it's been terrific stuff from Abdullah so far. Shaken up Abdullah. Just a little bit straight. It should just be the 1. That's all it's going to be. So that's tight stuff for over number 2. 9 for 1. Ezekiel is the man that LBW to the spin. If unorthodox spin of Irfan. He's the one that's already back in the hut. Just keep an eye on one factor right now as you look at that scorecard. 9 for 1 at the moment. The power play for the Raiders has been the best of all the teams. And that wicket early has certainly stemmed that flow a bit. Going at just 4.5 now. Have been going at 8.1. It's runs per over, of course. Hard down the ground. There is protection there. Just going to say a early hello to one of our sponsors involved in Rex Solar Energy. You can visit their social media pages and get a chance to win exciting prizes. Welcome in, Rex. Nice to see you again.
Now, he's looking to go over that mid-off area.
Opening the blade that time, and he's hit it powerfully enough. It just scoots across the turf for another boundary.
The reason why it was easier for him to do it on this occasion was because of the length. Got it too full. That's really well played. Hasn't tried to force it. Just a bit of room. Cleared that front foot.
Two good sensible shots so far from the skipper. Another one, it's going to be safe enough. They should be able to touch and turn. They do that. Another two.
A lot more elevation in this stroke. And that's because he was trying to go as wide as he can. But he's not going to stop, Hazy. It's a shot that he likes. It's a shot that he plays quite well. It's an opportunity for him to get runs on the board early and minimal risk.
Yeah, he's done it nicely so far. Last ball the over. 8 from it up until now. Smearing that onto the onside. Slight misfield and they take advantage. Oh, he slips, he slips. Oh, direct hit would have been on his way. Direct hit would have been on his way because of the slip mid-pitch. A little bit of good fortune. 3 overs gone, 18 for 1.
Yeah, this time he's decided to try and go over mid-on because the long on came into the circle to mid-on. He wanted to come back for 2, and we've seen this happen several times. Hazy just on that fresh green grass on the side. A few of the batters have had a bit of a slip there. Just got to be a little bit careful.
Six runs and over now. Because of that slip and scramble back and the good fortune that it didn't hit timber, otherwise he would have been on his way, the captain, which is the last thing the Raiders would have wanted. He's on strike again. I would think that Mughal, his partner, will be quite happy that's one so he can have a strike.
He's been out there a fair bit, hasn't had an opportunity to get on strike. Mohammad Nabil, youngest player in the inaugural Pakistan Junior League. He was also the first one to get a wicket in the competition. Young man full of energy and enthusiasm. And it's just these kind of players that the Pakistan Junior League is trying to unearth and expose.
He's watched 13 balls the first time he's been on strike. He's watched 14 now, as that one went wide.
Yeah, Nabil generally has looked to hit back of a length in this competition so far. Certainly given a good account of himself as one of the younger lads taking part in this competition. Packed cover field, backward point, a man square on point, extra cover catching.
Yeah, that's interesting, the extra cover catching. So here's a bit of an opportunity, I would have thought, even though that wide was bowled, to try and keep Mughal down that end. He will take a few balls just to fill bat on ball. All batsmen, when they first arrive the crease, like to do that. Very few can get out there straight away and blaze. When you're an opening pair and you've been playing well, you can do that. But unfortunately for Habibullah, his partner Hassan was not there for very long, just 2 balls before he departed. So number 3, Mughal, on strike with a job to do. Gets himself off the mark and down the other end.
He has carved this away nicely. Unfortunate part is he hasn't been able to find the gap. And straight to that man at backward point, who actually had to scramble to make sure that he fielded that well. Disappointed today. Isakhil.
Cries of catcher, but he's hit that pretty well. Certainly favours going in that route, and 4 more runs.
Yeah, he's not afraid to go over the top. Hasn't quite got all of this, but I like the idea behind it. Mardan is in the circle. Outfield lightning fast.
There's no Amal Khan today. He's got a bit of an injury, so I wonder if that's going to hamper the Warriors at all. He's one of the 3-seamers that have done so well for them. Lifting that over the top and powerfully struck square for 4.
Yeah, he's forced this over the offside. You can see a deliberate effort. It's the slower ball. A deliberate effort to get inside the line of the ball and lift it over the offside field. Nicely done. 1 ball to go in the 4th over, 11 from it. Getting that run rate up now.
The problem for the bowler is that the wide that he bowled, this is the extra ball after being hit for 2 fours the last 2 deliveries. He's got away with that. It's just going to be the 1, but it's a good over for the Raiders. A dozen from it, 30 for 1. Raiders unchanged. Nabil, Farouk and Ollie Cox in the lineup today for Niaz and the 2 Khans, Zahab rather, and Amal Khan, who I was talking about, who's picked up that injury. So the Raiders coming to this game a little bit better settled. No ball. He's picked that up and he's hit that beautifully. That's gone for half a dozen. And guess what? Next one's going to be a free hit.
Yeah, this has gone a long, long way. He's got the line and he's got the length wrong. And on top of that, he's overstepped. Wow, this has come out the middle. He's just helped it on its way. That's huge.
So his first over went for 10. First ball of the next over has gone for 6. And this one is a free hit. Was a no ball, so this one is a free hit. So he's still got 6 balls to bowl. And he gets away with it.
Yeah, he does.
A little bit of fine power in that last shot. That'd have been a little bit straight. He might have a chance to have the Osaka power tonic. Then there would have been a reward of 10,000 rupees donated by Osaka Battery. Every shot that hits that Osaka Battery tonic board. To move it down a deep fine leg for a couple of overs.
It's a good length. Field changed prior to that delivery. 3rd man came into the circle. And then a sweeper went back on the offside.
So look at the power plays as it has been. The run rate for the Raiders has been 8.07. At the moment they've upped it considerably. They're now at 8.77. So they've got things back on track beautifully. The lowest 35 for 3, 38 for 1 at the moment. Giants at the bottom. Where are the Warriors? Oh, right down the bottom there. Second at the bottom, the Warriors, their power play at just 6.53. So there's a big advantage straight away between these two teams.
Yeah, Mughal hasn't had too much to do yet. Partnership was 32 and 23 balls. And he's only contributed one of those.
That's nicely bowled, as he wants to be. A little bit of aggression, nothing wrong with that either. Keeps the batsman on his toes.
Yeah, what he's done well to the left-handers. He's kept him on strike. Just come over the wicket, bowled, good lengthening to the pitch. Hasn't given him the ability to deflect the ball and get a single and get off strike and put the captain on strike, who is going quite nicely at the moment. 34 and 23.
Here's two key deliveries. Picked up. There is a man there though. And it's a wicket. So they've lost another one. Lost another one inside the power play. The Warriors have started celebrating the middle, and why not?
He'll be disappointed here because he could have hit that anywhere in the leg side field. The only fielder back there is the one that he's picked out. Acres of space where he could have hit that for a boundary. I have to feel that Habibullah and the Warriors have got away with this one. They won't mind. Run rate was looking pretty healthy. Anything they can do to slow that down, they'll be happy with. So he has to go. Asir Mughal for 1, Rawalpindi 38 for 2.
मिडल ठीक है मेरा वही है जी जी वही है ये चेंज हो गया ना यार
Arun Asad with one ball left in over number 5. Tidy delivery as well, back up after the wicket, so that's pretty good stuff. 8 from it and an important wicket. 38 for 2 after 5.
Two down inside the power play in the all-important eliminator. You get 2 down, then of course you clearly see the pressures on the batting side with 38 runs on the board, 1 over to go. Goes up, just clears the circle, stays safe, can come back for 2. They decide against that, and probably rightly so.
And it will be on the captain's shoulder. Another wicket in the power play. Asir Mughal up the order. It was right from the middle of the bat, but it just went to that lone fielder on the leg side. Easy catch there. And you see captains generally wanting to chase, but Habibullah decided he wants to bat first.
Not a bad call this, Sarah, winning the toss, deciding to bat first in a knockout game. Just have a feeling that, you know, once you get past that 140 mark, it's not that easy to chase it down, especially if you lose wickets chasing. And that would be a case in any match, but just a knockout game has an extra bit of pressure on it.
In T20 games, I might not agree. I think this pitch is not playing as other pitches. Because the average score on this pitch has been around 120s and 130s. With the kind of bowling Mardan Warriors have, it's not easy to reach that 150 mark on this pitch. And we saw the Gawada Sharks chasing it down really easily in the last game.
Well, it's good to know someone disagrees with me. Well, it's just that you need two batters to get them to that score. Habibullah will be important, just like that shot. It's beautifully done. Using the gaps, the power play.
He's backing his own decision. Looking $1 million. This was a slow delivery. Read it really well and played it right in the gap. Because of his balance, his balance is so good, and he sees the ball till the end, that he doesn't commit to a shot too early.
Goes big again. What he's doing is he just wants to clear that 30-yard circle, and he's doing that well. He leaves the rest to the pace on the outfield there. Good try that, but the ball was always winning.
Habibullah means business. He has decided he wants to bat first, and he's taking the attack to the bowlers. One boundary after the other. They enjoy batting against the Raiders. The last power play scored against them was 40 for 2. This time 48 already. Brave effort in the field as well. The ball had already crossed the boundary.
Power play comes to an end. It's 48 for 2.
That has been the case in the power play. Early wicket of Hassan Isa Khail, and we saw Habibullah hitting those boundaries all across the ground.
Yeah, he's done well. He's done 95% of the scoring, Habibullah. This was picked up nicely, only to find the fielder in the deep. But I tell you, 48 in the power play, and Habibullah's got 43 of those. And that's the way to go. Even after losing Hassan Isa Khail, he's still at it. Power play comes to an end.
Rawalpindi Raiders, they generally have a good opening stand. Haseeb Khan, the leg spinner, he has been promoted up the order in the batting as well. He's quite handy with the ball.
Immediately pace off after the power play is a good call. We've seen a spin over in the power play as well, but just going back to that last over from the fast bowler, just feel got a little predictable bowling those slow ones, keeping in mind that Habibullah is still trying to play proper cricketing shots. So yes, the idea would be right, he wants to hit big, and I'll have him on the timing, but Habib is pretty much ready, and he's giving himself that extra bit of second to understand what the pace is on the pitch. 4 games have been played on this strip, Sana. 2 have been batting first by the tosses won, 2 in chasing. Opportunities for you guys to win prizes, and Decode is right there for you, official smartphone partner for the PJL. Visit Decode social media pages and win fabulous prizes for yourself.
That's the 50 for Rawalpindi Raiders. The Liberty Square in Lahore always busy with traffic.
As going down, and a good call for a single while everyone's busy appealing. This is the kind of confidence you feel you have as a batter, as a captain. He wants to get back on strike.
That was pitched outside leg, not threatening at all. Good decision by the umpire.
This area, this zone, gully, backward point, seems to be a strong area for Habibullah. He cuts the ball against the fast bowlers and the spinners, even if it's in the stumps.
Yeah, he likes to open his offside, plays really good on the offside, whether it's up against seamers or spinners.
Trying a quicker one. We'll have to reload that. We had 2 wides and a no ball. As of now, 3 extras.
And as a bowler, when your last ball is an extra, that really irritates you. It was such a good over, 3 runs of it before this ball.
Yeah, make that 5. 7 overs bowled, 53 for 2. A wicket each for Irfan and Abidullah inside the power play. Top 4 bowlers, as you see, have been used. Good thing is that the momentum is carrying on. Even if they lost 2 wickets, they didn't stop scoring. Going at 7.57 runs and over at the moment. Archie Lenham into the attack, 2 for 24, his best.
Very talented cricketer. He's got a really good googly, good leg spin, flipper. Plays with his field a lot as well. Intelligent cricketer.
Watching Archie Lenham bowl just before the start of the game, all the spinners are warming up. He's bowling pretty quick through the air. Shahid Afridi was with him the other day and they were trying to bowl flat trajectories and trying to get the ball to skid through.
Yeah, you can see he's trying something new. We saw when he came the first time, first 3 deliveries of his PJL were 3 different deliveries.
Go on to their official Facebook page and chance to win exciting prizes. You'll be yourself the next winner. Kingdom Valley. It's the Shahid Afridi way, getting through his over quickly, not really allowing the batter to settle down. It's only when the batter says, I want to have a look at the field, otherwise he's already there at the top of his mark.
And that's his strength. All those variations as a batter, if you're not reading it from the hand, you will get late. So this was a very good googly. The faster one, the previous one. Couple of dots. Will he get a wicket here?
You haven't seen a boundary for the last 12 deliveries, 2 overs, so things have slowed down a little bit. There's the man. He's been very particular what he wants from the spinners.
And both leg spinner operating. Haseeb Khan, he's talking to Haseeb Khan, so good to see Shahid Afridi imparting the knowledge to both leg spinners after 56 for 2.
is the bowling options that have been in operation. We get more leg spin to continue here. Hasib will now bowl his second over. Got to find a boundary somewhere. 13 deliveries since the last boundary. Will he take any risk here, Hasib? He's batting on 47.
Very important phase of the game. Both right-handers on strike. Not seen both of them sweep a lot. And leg spinners in action. So something has to give here.
It's not really allowing Hasib to open up. And that length is just not letting him open his arms.
Ali Ishaq, Charlie Tier. He has lost his regular partner Isa Khail very quickly, so now he's slowing down a little bit. Habibullah, the captain.
It's going all the way to fetch the ball himself. Probably a short mid-wicket. Would you like one? Just to stop those singles as well, make them create an opportunity.
Isa Khail, Hassan Isa Khail at the top, going just facing two deliveries, 1 run. He has been Habibullah's main partner in all the matches that they won. Asir Mughal was promoted up the order, so still there is Ali Ishaq, who is an average of 104. Charlie Tier is there. Wahaj is there. But yes, this 7 to 15 phase of 7 to 15, this is extremely important. They can't lose more wickets.
But they're doing it, they're bowling him leg stump line, not allowing him to cut that ball in his favorite zone behind the square on the offside. You see from there, so he's forced to play mid-wicket.
And that's the difference between Habibullah and when you see the likes of Luke Benkenstein or George Thomas or Basit Ali even. The last ball, they will be dispatching that on the mid-wicket boundary. But Habibullah is just nudging them over for singles because, of course, he wants to go deep in the innings.
Yeah, all the runs, almost, yeah, every run in this over has been scored in that mid-wicket region. Zik Motor Oil also provides you the opportunity to be a winner and wield the label to win via lucky draw. And every week, prizes to be won worth millions. That's his 50. Habibullah, the captain leading the way, wants to make sure that they stay in the game. A good knock from him, 50 of 39, 6 boundaries and a 6 for him. It's 61 for 2.
And the captain, he decided that he wanted to bat first. He's leading the way, 50 of 39. Well, it has been a good innings. He used the power play really well, and in the middle overs now facing the spinners without taking too much risk.
Will he accelerate? Was it the 50 that he was looking at? I highly doubt. He's got to find a boundary somewhere. Don't forget that they've done this earlier as well. Him and Isa Khail had a long partnership. They've been 100 for 2 in 15 overs and then gone down.
At the toss, he said that we are looking at 150, 140. For that, they will have to at least bat around 9 runs per over from here. And for that, both the batters need to have a boundary at least once an over now. Archie Lenham, he's pretty good. So this phase is extremely important. Who's going to win this phase of spin bowling?
That's a gift. And it's got, oh, he's missed it completely. I don't know if he lost the ball in the light and the crowd, but that's just an opportunity gone begging. It was a full toss. He could have put that away, but he played it to backward point.
And that's not good cricket from anyone. A full toss from the bowler. Free shot for the batter. He couldn't connect. Then a chance for the fielder, Ollie Cox. He loses it and then doesn't go back to run. A big dive in the deep by Irfan. And in the meanwhile, the batters take a couple of runs.
Yeah, these two spinners are bowling a very important phase of the game here, because they're not really allowing them to go for those hits. 23 balls since the last boundary.
And Archie Lenham now changing the field, taking that boundary option away. 3 on cut and deep extra cover.
Down the wicket. He hasn't got hold of it. Will land safe. Oh, he's got hands to it. That was a good try. Abidullah, the fielder down there. 2 chances in the same over.
And the same batter as well. Haroon Ashar trying to go big. Doesn't connect properly, and that might be the reason he's safe now, because Abidullah had to make a lot of ground.
Turnover's gone. It's 67 for 2.
It's been slow work for the Rawalpindi Raiders. 67 for 2 from 10 overs. Remember, if you're just joining us, this is the eliminator. So whoever loses this game is packing their gear and they're off home.
Teasing the fielders a bit too over the last couple of deliveries. Sliding leg side. Bit of willow.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they've struggled really. I haven't seen too many gremlins in the pitch. I think the pitches have been generally all the same. So whether they're just trying to get themselves to that 130, 140, but sitting back at the moment.
Oh, that's a little bit of a misfield. They need to just tighten up, I think, a little bit, the Warriors. Catch going through the hands. Good effort also in the last over to get to the ball, not grassing it, and that one just an unforced error. Shake of the head there from Hasib. Sometimes when you have a situation where the scoring's slow on a surface before you go into a game and you perhaps don't set your sights as high as they maybe should be initially, if you happen to lose one early, maybe too early, can be a bit of an issue. But the skipper's still there. Habibullah at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, even that. You can just see even that. That's a full toss that really should be either put out the ground or at least 4, and they're hitting the field. So at the moment, they are just not getting any momentum into this innings. Remember, they chose to have a bat first. Something has to give soon.
Scrambling for one. But it's a tight over so far. A couple of miss hits, as Dominic Cork was saying. Just 3 runs off this with 1 more to go.
Yeah, and 5 overs since the last boundary. So that to me is a side that is just struggling a little bit. something has to give soon.
And that's a dot ball to finish the over. So that's tight stuff. 3 from it. 11 gone, 70 for 2.
Really wicked of Ezekiel for just a single, then a half century so far from Habibullah. And Haroon Ashed with 13, but it's a worry when it's only 70 for 2 from 11 overs.
As we look at that card, just want to remind you of the last meeting between these two, the 9th of October. The Warriors 131 for 2, 131 for 8, sorry, after 20 overs. Lost to the Raiders with 2 balls to spare, so it was a tight one. And the Raiders have not been great in that middle order throughout the entire tournament. Their runs per over is just 5.84, which is the lowest amongst all teams. It's a comfortable shot. Has he got it far enough? No. That's another wicket. Yep, something had to snap, and it has.
Just the pressure was building, and it's Archie Lenham who has the wicket. He's happy because he just held that one back, tried to get a little bit more side spin on it. He's happy as well, coach. And it was 32 balls since that last boundary, and he's trying to hit this out the park. Just held it back a little bit. It's a simple catch by Hassi, but long on. And just see Afridi in the background there. Great to see. It's the end of Haroon Ashed. He goes to 13. The Raiders in a little bit of trouble, 70 for 3.
Lifty boy, lifty boy. Next time. Next time. Hasiba. Gus last the large chi ubuski. Ubuska bia large. 5 to come. Basa. 5 to come.
Ali is shocked now. Partnership at 32, which was starting to threaten a little bit, is gone. Good news for the Raiders is the skipper's still there, and I guess that he's now decided that he's going to make sure he bats all the way through. That should be the plan.
Yeah, just this one held back a little bit and doesn't get all of it. A little bit of an inside edge, simple catch. And the pressure was building because they were desperate to try and get a boundary. And he was very proud of Archie Lenham.
It's like a very talented leg spinner, Archie Lenham. We're going to see a little bit more of him in the years to come, I'm sure. It's a nice variation.
Yeah, he's already played a little bit of cricket for Sussex, first class and T20s. He's working on his different balls, trying to repeat that big leg spinner if he can.
Tries to catch it on the bounce. Did he play in a blast game at a young age, Dominic?
Yep, 16. And that's how much they rate him down there. Coach, who was the coach, was Ian Salisbury. He's now left. And remember, Ian Salisbury was a leg spinner who played test matches for England. But they're like gold, leg spinners, if you can get them playing all forms of the game. Look at somebody like an Adil Rashid, who obviously doesn't play test cricket now. You see what he can do in 50-over cricket and T20 cricket.
Wicket off the first ball and 4 runs from the over so far. straight down the ground. Good connection, so that's a boundary to finish. They needed that. The Raiders, they needed to get a boundary. 8 from it, 12 gone, 78 for 3.
Well, what's a little bit strange, Hazy, is that Ali Ishaq batted 3 in their last game and he got 30. And all of a sudden he's batting at 5. And in that last game, the top 3, Ezekiel, Habibullah and Ali Ishaq, were the reasons why they got to 163 and were able to defend that. So why there is a little change, I'm unsure.
Well, we're starting to enter the business end of this game. It is sudden death, winner take all, and they need to step on it a bit. If they go at 10-0 from here, which is going to be a bit of a tough call, however, Habibullah is still there. They can get to just shy of the 160 mark. Yep, there it is, 158. That'll be some going. 8 and over gets them to the 142. Maybe that's where they should be, and perhaps get 1 or 2 really good overs to kick him into the 160. This needs this guy to unleash a little bit. 54 off 45 deliveries now for Habibullah.
Yeah, it's just that run rate that worries me right now. It's just under 6.5, and you're right. They should be looking 130, 140 from here. That should be the minimum, and 150, I think they bowl well, they win the game.
It's a pretty good line, actually, to bowl to him. He likes going straight down the ground. If you're bowling it around about the leg stump region, it's a little bit more of a challenge to do that. Trying to tuck him up.
Well, Ali Ishaq has just come in and got off with a boundary straight away. And you can imagine that he's just eyeing up leg side. There is 3 fielders out, long gone, deep mid-wicket, deep square.
It's clever. Saw him coming. Wide has been called.
Well, they've run a single as well, so let's see what's happening here. I think they tried to run a single. I think it was then giving dead ball, but it's definitely wide, we know that.
Got a bit of bat on that. And be able to come back quite comfortably for the second. Ishaq was a little bit slow in turning blind, actually, and coming back.
Well, it's a similar ball, isn't it? And I didn't like the ball before because it was given a wide, because I thought the bowler had did him. Came down the ball before it was given a wide. This is similar type of line. If he doesn't hit this, it'll probably be a wide again. So I like the way that Hasib is going wide at the left-hander. He knows he wants to go over mid-wicket and mid-on, and he's saying, if you want to come across, you're going to have to come across to off-stump.
Batting on off-stump now, set up there. Oh, it comes across. Straight to the man in the covers, no run.
Try and have a word with him. I'll try and get him over to you.
Dragging that. Just for 1, though. This is good bowling.
Yeah, 5 balls gone already. Good to see some of the crowd coming in. Remember, we have 2 more games after tonight. Right, you've got to go over and sign an autograph, please. Can you hear me? Okay, in a minute. All right, I get that. You do it in a minute.
Now, long off has gone very wide. Habibullah will be thinking maybe of going a little bit straighter like he has been. Really magnificent. Great to see him so plugged into the games. as we always knew he would. When Freddie was appointed as mentor, he was going to be giving 100%, as the rest of the mentors have been. What a terrific bunch of mentors it's been. 13 overs gone, 84 for 3 at the moment. 8-0 from here, gets bang on the 140 mark. Only 3 down, that's a positive for the Rawalpindi Raiders.
Hasib Khan finished his spell, 4 overs, none for 19. Looks like they're just holding Archie Lennon back. He still got an over to bowl, 3 overs, 1 for 17. Maybe swap ends.
A tussle between he and Habibullah at the top. Muhammad Khan, the shorter Muhammad Khan. Run rate at just under 6.5. Will concern them a little bit. Flat. Can't get underneath that. It's a good start. That's nicely bowled.
Yeah, you're right. It's into the surface, so it's not allowing Habibullah to get underneath it. A couple of more future stars, maybe. What year PJL they'll be in. Now the pressure's on Mohamed Irfan because of the left-hander. He's going to go round the wicket. Is he going to try and go wide as well?
Chops that away. Got enough bat on that to pick up a boundary. That's nicely chopped for 4.
Yeah, you could see his plan. He's trying to go wide, but the problem is if he gets too much pace on it, he's going to time it and bisect the fielders. Look, he's trying to aim for that wide line. It's a good shot from Ali Izzak. Told you that he batted 3 in their last game and scored runs when they got to that 160. And he's off and running now, 13 from 7.
Wanting to come back for the second, but not there. Just the one. So they got a boundary off the second ball. They need to try and pick up another boundary in the last 3 balls of this over, just to kick-start things a bit so they can get a tone going for those last 6 overs. Cries of catch it. Just over the top. It's a good blow, 6 runs, big boundary.
He was after buggy cam as well, wasn't he? He was aiming for buggy cam here. He got enough of it. At one stage you thought, is he just going to hold out to long on? No, get out the way. Where are you? Worried about them controls. Watch the ball.
Coming back for the second and comfortably 14 off, 1 ball to go and over number 14, so this is good work. They've turned this into a big over.
Yeah, watch this 6 again. Watch Afridi as well, he just lets it go as well. Why aren't you catching it? Buggy cam, use your hands. Use your right hand, you've got your remote in your left.
Oh, he's chipped it back to the bowler, and that is a huge wicket. That is a really important wicket. Out of nowhere, really, and a skipper is on his way.
Yeah, good innings from him, but again, into the surface from Mohamed Irfan. Just sticks in, look, no flight, just holds. And he's trying to work it because there's a big gap on the leg side. It's a good catch in the end because he has to dive forward. Little bit of a top edge. Bowled well so far. Somebody got that big wicket early on of Esakil, and he now has an even bigger wicket. The man in, Habibullah, gone for 65. The Raiders 98 for 4, and it's time for drinks.
Strategic timeout has just finished. Opportunity for the teams able to chat about how they're going to go after things in this innings. 6 overs remaining now. There's a look at the work that was done by Habibullah, who was the last man to be dismissed. He played very nicely. He was 65 off 51. He'll be disappointed he's not still in the middle. Down the ground a couple of times. That went a little bit square, but he just got a leading edge straight back to the bowl and was caught and bowled off Mohammad Afan. So 6 overs remaining now. 6 wickets in hand for the Rawalpindi Raiders. Straight away looking to work on the onside, straight to the man, and there's another wicket. Lenham back into the attack, and he's picked up a wicket straight away. First ball.
Every time Drinks, something happens straight away. Either a wicket, a run out. Not sure that's the shot when you've just lost Habibullah, the ball before, and then your first shot is you're trying to hit Archie Lenham out of the park, and all you've done is pick out Shahzaib at deep mid-wicket. All of a sudden now, the Warriors are just turning the screw on the Raiders. Quite a decent innings though. Ali Ashaq 14 from 9, 98 for 5.
As a disappointed captain, if you're going to see him on. Ah, here we go. On his way around, I think, Dominic.
Yeah, he got the message. And that's it. He's just telling him, just calm down. Absolutely, you'll try and do everything, and then you send it. I'm going to do one, and then you send it to everybody else.
Lenham 2 for 17 at the moment, back into the attack, so he'll be feeling nice and buoyant. Just started his last over. Wahaj on strike. It's down the other end straight away.
Yeah, and you think about when you're setting a total, last 5, you want 50 in the last 5, but with 5 down, all of a sudden now they're under pressure. I'm not sure in Archie Lenham's last over that this is the right option. Maybe look to go just a strong square sweep, keeping it on the ground, push 2s.
Charlie Tear on strike now. Using his feet. He's now there on the onside, quite comfortably for 1. Problem is, as 3 figures come on the board, 100 for 5 it is, halfway through the 15th. The problem is they will be thinking boundaries. They need to think boundaries. That run rate's been pretty well controlled by the Warriors so far. Under 7 at this stage.
Yeah, nicely bowled again, that. Maybe a little bit of a top spinner, attempted googly. I know he's working hard with Shahid Afridi on positioning on the crease as well as a leg spinner. And when I talk about that, using the crease, going a little bit wider at times, but also getting in close. Remember the images of Shahid Afridi when he used to get wicket to wicket, lots of revolutions on the ball and lots of drift.
But Archie wants to know about that quicker ball as well, as many batsmen did over the years. As though beaten by pace by a mile. Another dot ball. 3 off this over so far. 1 ball remaining now in the spell for Archie Lanham. And a wicket off the first ball of the over. His numbers are great. 2 for 20 at this stage. Wrong one to finish. And it's another dot ball. I think it may be a run out. I think they're going to send us upstairs to have a look. The zing bar was lit up pretty smartly. I wasn't sure he was home.
Well, we didn't get a run out yesterday. And the amount of run outs we've had in this tournament so far, this won't surprise me. Why he's even considering taking a run, I'm not sure. Does he get in? I think he's going to be in trouble. How you can run yourself out, it's so frustrating. There's never a run there. Sent back straight away, you just run up the wicket like it's gone to a gap. And they keep having to walk. And once again, we've seen a run out in this competition. And it's the big wicket of Charlie Tier. He goes for 1. Now the Raiders in trouble. 101 for 6. 15 overs gone.
Yeah, I think Charlie Tier might just change his name to Charlie Tier after that. Return is pretty good on the bounce. And not really a big stretch with the hand, actually, to the arm to get across the line. So good work from Lennon. 4 overs, 2 for 20. So terrific stuff from the leg spinner. 15 gone, 101 for 6.
Faruka.
One for 6 after 15. It's not the first time that the Raiders have found themselves in a similar situation after a good start. You can recall in one of the round games they were 100 for 2 and they just went down. So over 7 to 15, 53 is what they've scored, and they've lost 4 wickets in that process after a good power play where they lost just 2. And the spinners are the ones who've just put the brakes on, and then those wickets started falling because the pressure builds up. So now they'll have to really pull out something special here in this eliminator. As a batting unit, they've opted to bat first, remember. They've got to put on those 40-45 runs in these last 5. There's no two ways to it.
Now it's happened once again, Sikandar, hasn't it? Yeah, lost the early wicket of Hassan Nisakhel. Captain did well for the time that he was out in the middle. Unfortunate dismissal for him, but that middle stage, 7 to 15, causing issues, and it's because of the spinners once again. There you go, 65 and 51 balls.
Good smart shot. It was off risk, but he took it on. Eyeing that fine leg is inside the circle, so he elevates that over him.
Yeah, he's got himself inside the line and made sure that he's forced it fine over the head of that man, because there is a fielder behind square leg on the boundary. And that's the man you've just seen there. Wanted to make sure that he wouldn't get to it.
Trying too hard to get back for the second. No, sent back. And now the overthrows come in.
Well, it's a good thing he got sent back the first time, because that would have been another run out. Without a doubt. The idea is good because there's no mid-wicket, so that's why he's dropped it in there. But the fielder's come up way too quickly. He wouldn't even have got halfway, his partner.
Again, running the first one hard. They are 2 here, but they decide against it. So their middle order has again left them down. At the end of 15, they had lost 3 wickets for just 3 runs, and this happened previously as well. So they've been relying heavily on their openers or their opening top order batters. Look at the fall of wickets right there. They've been losing them in pairs. Into the over with a single. It's 111 for 6. See those numbers there, Tino. Mughal, 5 balls for that 1 run, 19 balls for 13, 3 balls for 1. If you accumulate those balls as a whole in a 20-over game, you're talking about good 5 overs there, with just nothing but more than 17 runs. Abidullah comes back into the attack, 2 overs, 1 for 11. Remember, this is the eliminator. Whoever loses this is out. They'll have to come back next season. The winner will go and play Rawalpindi Royals in qualifier 2, which is tomorrow.
Back into the attack, Abidullah. Crucial early wicket. Just having discussions with the captain. See how best they can go forward from here.
Zigmore Royal, chance for you to win, unveil the reel and peel the label to win by a lucky draw, and prizes worth millions to be won. "24 balls to go, Tino. What are you going to settle with? At this rate, you're going at 138, not enough. 8 and over 143, not enough. Would say that psychological mark of the 150 is good.
Yeah, 150 is good. They need 12 and over though from here to get there. I don't know if that's going to happen, especially with 6 wickets down. At best, maybe 10 and over from here, which will get them past 140. And that's something they'll feel that I possibly could have a bowl at.
In the air, chance. Can the keeper get there? Can he? Yes, he does. Was saying Nelson on board. Something's bound to happen, and it does. Wicket number 7 falls. That's a good catch by the keeper, Daud. Running backwards, covering quick ground and getting underneath that.
Well, if you're going to hit a ball in the air, make sure Dawood, the keeper's not around, because we've seen him take some brilliant catches throughout the competition. This one he's got to turn around. His technique's good because he's turned around so that he can get to where the ball is as quickly as possible. A lot of the time you'll find people backpedaling, they're ending up not getting to where the ball is. So nicely done by Dawood Nazar. And another wicket falls. Afnan Khan goes for 2. Rawalpindi 111 for 7 now.
One for 7. Just lost Afnan Khan, and a good catch by the keeper. There he is, the Allah. His best is 23 not out. That would help today if he can get to that. But you know, that was a good catch. The keeper turned around, had a glance at the fine leg fielder where he is. Is he coming for the catch? And then he made a sprint for it. It's good bounce. It's good areas he's bowling. Have a look at this effort there from the keeper. Now you see him, the ball goes up. He's not in his eye line. Can't see the keeper here. Well, but he made good ground to get underneath it. He's probably trying to bowl a slower one. He's just completely lost the line on that. They wanted to bat first, the Raiders. They fancy that. They call it a good batting side. And no doubts on that. They started off very well. They're still not over. Let's see how they battle out these remaining 3.3 overs. That's a good ball. Saw the attack and shot it, dropped it short.
That's a very good ball. To be able to see that he's coming down at me and to change the delivery so quickly shows some good class. He's ended up just trying to swat that away. Didn't have too much of an idea of where that was. It's well bowled.
Quick run. You can afford to get these if your non-striker is quick enough to call you in. At this stage of the innings, of course. And the fielding side also is happy with that single. They don't want to put in those overthrows because the field is pretty much spread out on the onside. Colin Munro, the mentor of the Raiders. They've had a happy, sad tournament. They've been in with some good wins, then they've lost with margins of 77 also. Today is what matters. All those points in the round games are completely of no value. Now it's about how you play today and stay alive in the tournament. This is happening in singles at the moment. 17 gone, 114 for 7. Irfan's done with the score of 4, 2 for 39, and so are Hasib and Lenham. Lenham was good, 2 for 20, economical. Abidullah has got 1 over to go. He's bowling well, 4.67. And so is Hasib, wicketless, but 4 overs, none for 19. Shout is good. Shout is good, and the decision is good as well. Straight away. 8 wicket falls. Target the stumps here into the tail enders, and he's been given. Have we gone upstairs? Yes, we have.
This is good from Nabil. Quick, full, straight and fast. Front foot check is good. Pitch is just outside the line of the off stump. That won't matter. What will matter is this. Now that's hit him plumb in front. Didn't think there was too much to review here. Yeah, it's well bowled. It's the pace that's beaten him.
Yeah, that's out. And the referral goes to a waste as well. The Rawalpindi Raiders are 114 for 8 with Wahaj Riaz going for 11. Amir Hassan, the new batter in from the Rawalpindi Raiders. He's taken his eyes off that ball. Just been surprised a bit with that short one, Amir Hassan. Not the brightest way of facing a short ball, but he's done well to get bat in the way.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting this. That is a good bumper to anybody first up at the crease. He's managed to fend it away. Square leg, of course, at this stage of the innings will be on the boundary, so we'll get a single. He enjoyed that, the captain.
So he got third man pushed back to the rope and fine leg comes in. That's a good call. Get him off strike because he's at sea at the moment, Amir Hassan and his partner Zia. Both have tried to take their eyes off the ball. That's good smart bowling. You may have a wide there, but the idea is right because both these batters are being pushed back into the crease. By bowling the shorter ones, they're just not letting them swing their bat. Just get a feeling that was marginal.
I was just about to say, I think that was a bit harsh, that last one, but delivered as one for the over already. 7 extras in the innings, not bad at all.
The runs have dried out completely now since the 15th over to now. They're just scoring at a very low rate. Overall is 6.68. At the moment, they've got 4 runs in the over, and that too, one is off a leg by, one is off a wide. Abbas knows that they have a very good bowling unit, and he was of the opinion they want to bowl first. Even after losing the toss, he said we got what we wanted, and they've proven that with their bowling. They've defended low totals as well. Yeah, they're nowhere near, are they? They're just not finding bat on ball.
They've made it very difficult for them at this stage of the innings. That's the captain. 65 when he batted earlier on.
Oh, I thought for a moment he's trying to bring it into the stumps. He's just got himself in an awkward position, Tino. He was too square on. Even if he had good touch, he would have played it into himself.
Yeah, the idea was right. The execution, not so much. I think the line of the ball, when it ended up where he was, made him feel he wouldn't be able to execute the shot. So he was looking to now play it through the offside.
Two overs to go in the innings. Rawalpindi Raiders batting first, winning the toss, 118 and struggling, 8 down. Been very tidy, the Mardan Warriors bowlers, especially the spinners. Total 7 extras given, in which one is a leg by, one is a no ball, rest are the wides. They always seem to lose their weight, you know, the Raiders. If you see the pattern of the wickets that have been falling, so they lost 2 wickets in the power play. They were 38 for 2, but then they start building up. They were 70 for 3. And then you look at the screen over there, there's a very irregular intervals at which wickets are falling.
Yeah, that's been the problem, and that's what's pegged them back. Other than the half century from the captain, it really has been nothing else from the rest of the batters. Another half century in the competition that has come from an opener. And really hasn't materialized into much else. And it's been a concern for me personally throughout this competition. 20 half centuries have been scored in the Junior League up until today. So today's one will make that 21. But only 100 has been realized, and 13 of those half centuries are from the openers. Now I know it's T20 cricket, you only have 20 overs, but it's not like any of those batters have run out of time. It's a good bouncer. It's a very good bouncer. I hope that he hasn't done too much damage to himself yet.
Yeah, the impact has come around the jaw area. I'm hoping that it's hit the visor, the side of the visor. When you take your eyes off, you expose. No, it has hit him in the exposed part of that helmet. That's the back of your neck. That's the dangerous part. I still don't know why they don't wear the stem guard. That should be mandatory.
Yeah, it's the second time we've seen this happen in the competition. I really think it should just be mandatory to have that guard on.
As the test that goes by, if the ball hits the helmet, you've got to have the concussion test, and we just go through that protocol. Let's have a look at that again. It's just what happens when you turn your back to the shot. You've gone through the shot too early, and you automatically, the motion in which you're in, it exposes the back of your neck. We haven't really seen batters who try to duck. Look at him. He was hit the other day. He's got taping on.
No, it comes from the technique of playing the ball. Ideally, if you are getting hit, you should really be getting hit face on because you're watching the ball. It's because he's turned his head and not facing the ball anymore that you get hit in the neck area.
He's appealing. Keeper went up a little later. The bowler was onto it immediately. They're discussing, can they convince their captain to go upstairs? Abbas Ali. Are they going? Oh yes, they are, I think. Going upstairs.
Now there was a noise when the ball went past the bat. The bowler, Abdullah, felt straight away that it was bat on ball, front foot's okay. But the keeper, Dawood, only reacted after he saw the appeal from the bowler. Let's have a closer look here.
Yeah, this shows there's a bit of gap. Maybe side on will tell you where is the ball when it passes the bat, but it's not out. So I was thinking some ideas for the next season, just for fun's sake, that the teams that qualify for the playoffs, you've got 4 teams, you should have an exhibition game where the mentors are allowed to play if they're active players. So imagine if these 2 teams are playing and Colin Munro and Shahid Afridi open for their respective sides. An exhibition with the same teams. And they will not be captains. Captain will be the regular guy. And there's a nice matchup. 2 hard-hitting openers, one from New Zealand, one from Pakistan. That'll be fun. That will take your day off, but yes, it'll be nice.
Well, you bring up a valid point, Sikandar, and there's been discussions around this already. A number of times we've seen the mentors sitting outside the field, sometimes can't get a split-second message onto the players on the field. Or some of them we've seen doing their rounds, having a word with some of the fielders on the boundary. It's so important how many times they would have been in similar situations to let the youngsters know what to do straight away.
As should be one for the other. It's wide, it's wide. Yeah, I'm telling you now, imagine if they're playing this game, whether it's an exhibition or not. So you've got George Thomas opening with Shahid Afridi, because he's their mentor. And you'll have Habibullah opening with Colin Munro. Wow. I mean, imagine the optics and, of course, the excitement on that. And then if you're an all-rounder like Shahid Afridi, you could bowl it as well.
The Guara Sharks might have to get another mentor, though, to take the field.
Big shot after a while, but he's got no distance on that, and he's got another second attempt. Almost made a mess of it, Shahzeb, but he's caught it now, so he can breathe a sigh of relief. He's got a big smile on his face even after being dismissed. 121 for 9. 19 comes to an end.
Shahzeb's almost made a meal of this. Slow ball. He's hit it quite well. Fortunately, straight to the man. It's popped out because he hasn't got himself into a solid position. He's moving while the ball's still getting to him, but at the end of the day, he's managed to effect the catch and ensure that the Raiders lose their 9th. It's Amir Hussain who's gone for 3. 121 for 9.
Last over, and he's pulled away, maybe because you weren't ready. So this is, oh nice, gotta get one of those. I like those shades.
Really?
They're different. They were different. They're not on screen anymore. You know, that bounce from that good length spot is just not really the thing that the tail enders can deal with.
Yeah, this one is a slow ball bouncer. Bit of pace off it. No momentum on the ball for him to work with. He's got too much elevation. Catch eventually taken, but this has been good from the Warriors seamers at the end of the innings because they've realized exactly what you've just said. These batsmen are struggling with those short balls. Really are making sure that they bowl the ball into the pitch, get as much as they can out of it.
Yeah, it will take some smart bowling plans from the Rawalpindi Raiders when they come out. They really have to work on what works here. See, so these change-ups are working, the variations, and of course bowling into the pitch. It's holding up, so that's the key. And then the wickets come in. I bet their sisters. We usually do find these young kids wearing identical outfits. Is it that in the air? Another opportunity inside the circle, gone. Shahzeb again, he takes a third catch now in the innings. Another wicket for Nabil. And it's all over for the Raiders in the eliminator. Won the toss, decided to bat first and couldn't bat the 20 overs. They're bowled out for 121 with 3 balls available.
It's a slow ball again, hard into the pitch. All he could do was get that ball into the air. Shahzeb this time a lot more sure under the ball. They enjoyed that, the final wicket. 4th catch in the innings for Shahzeb, and the last man to go is Ziaullah for 2. Rawalpindi's innings wrapped up at 121. Electing to bat first and haven't managed to bat the full 20 overs. And they'll be having just a brief discussion amongst themselves about how they're going to look to come out here and get these 122 runs that are needed. So it was just Habibullah who stood out, 65 and 51. Not much else to speak of, and that's why the total is only 121.
Yeah, first it was Habibullah and Haroon who got a bit of a partnership of 32, and then Habibullah and Ishaq who got 28. Rest, you can see it right there. Most of them are in single digits.
Right, so wickets were taken by Abidullah. He's been fantastic with the ball. Lenham, Nabil and Irfan were the ones to get the other wickets.
This is not the first time that the Raiders have struggled. They've done 116 before this, and now it's 122. The target for the Mardan Warriors. And they need it in 6.10 runs and over. The only way you can win this, Raiders, you can bowl them out. Okay, before we go on for a break, we got to head down. And Roha, as usual, will have someone with her. We'd love to hear from them. So let's go down and join Roha Nadeem.
Well, I've got the Rawalpindi Raiders mentor with me, Colin Monroe. Let's speak to him about his experience so far. Colin, couldn't end up in the top 2, but you still must be very pleased with how the Raiders have played so far.
Yeah, I think we've played really well. First things first, you've got to make the playoffs. We did that. Unfortunately, I think today we've probably left 30 runs out there. So, yeah, we're going to have to bowl really well.
I was going to get to that. A playoff, a knockout game is a high-pressure match. What chat did you have with the boys before the match?
To be honest, I just said go out there and express yourself and have some fun. This is the reason why we play games, and everyone's going to feel the pressure. Both teams, even when both teams came out, I just watched them walk out. They were really quiet before warm-ups. So I just, called them in and said, listen, boys, make sure we have fun like we do at trainings. Go out there, express yourself and enjoy the occasion, because that's why we play the game.
And how do you like the talent at display in the PJL so far?
Very good. I think, I've been speaking to a lot of the players and even a lot of the coaching staff. It's a bit, really top heavy. The batters at the top are scoring all the runs. The middle order just need to be a little bit smarter, and then there's some big hitting at the end. So, yeah, the middle orders just need a little bit of work, a little bit of smartness, I think. It showed today. We got off to a really good start, and then through the middle against some good quality spin, we faltered a bit there. So, yeah, we've done that. But again, yeah, there's some serious talent and some fast bowling on show as well.
Well, a few runs short there. How are you planning to defend this total?
Bowl dead straight. Stump to stump. Keep the stumps in play. Keep it simple. Like we've been talking about all tournament. You know, nice and straight. Make sure that they're going across the ball.
Right.
And, you know, we're going to have to field well as well.
Well, thanks for speaking to us, caller, and all the best for this one.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, time for us to take a short break. When we come back, we will show you the innings highlights. welcome back to the Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore. It's the eliminator, and the Raiders have managed to put on 121 all out in 19.3 overs. Tino, let's have a look at their start and the highlights of the innings.
Now the captain, Habibullah, has been brilliant once again. They got rid of the danger man, his partner, Mohamed Isakhil, early. That was something that was on the cards for them, I'm sure. The captain, Habibullah, made sure that he stayed out there for a lot longer, took advantage of the field restrictions, even though after the loss of his partner, the scoring rate slowed down a little bit. This was the second wicket to fall. Mughal found the only man on the leg side boundary.
Yeah, the power play was then good for them. Habibullah was around, he scored a 50 and he was leading the way. But it's between over number 7 and 15 when the spinners came on. The Raiders managed 53 runs on the board and they lost 4 wickets in the process. This is the moment probably when the brakes were put on the Raiders innings. They were getting those odd boundaries going, but the wickets started falling then, and regularly.
Yeah, that was the problem. The wickets started falling regularly. Every time it looked like there was a partnership that was being put together, something like this would happen. That was unfortunate. Just looking to dab it into the onside and get a single. He batted extremely well up until then. But after a few deliveries and a few dots and a bit of pressure applied, wickets falling. This was a run out. Lennon, who's been run out twice in a row, and this was a very good catch.
Yeah, the keeper running backwards, taking responsibility, the best man to go after it with the gloves. And from here on, runs just dried out completely. Leg before, no movement whatsoever, just dead in front. The short ball started working, the variation slower one started working, and this was catch number 3 from Shahzeb, and the last one was no different. Once again, it was Shahzeb making it 4 catches in the innings, and they were all out for 121. Good work done by the bowling unit from the Warriors, led by their mentor on the screen, and the target clear. To eliminate the Raiders, Mardan Warriors need to score 122 at the rate of 6.1. We'll come back after the break with the Raiders batting. Warriors batting.
Welcome back to the Gaddafi Stadium, where we have the Eliminator 1 halfway through. Mardan Warriors are certainly up top at the moment. They need 122 runs and they need to go 6.1 runs per over. I think the Rawalpindi Raiders will be very disappointed that they didn't get more than that target of 122. Very disappointing as far as they're concerned. They were doing okay at one stage and then they lost the last 6 wickets for 23 runs, which really put them on the back foot. And I think the only way that they can stay in this game, the Raiders, is if their quicks pick up both these guys. Opening the batting, Shazib Khan and also George Thomas. A couple of guys who have batted very well, been very consistent. They're in, both of them are in the top 10.
The same opposition, Mardan Warriors, they were able to chase the 131 in the 19th over.
It's a full toss, a friendly one.
So on a low pitch where the overall scores have been less and you have got a really good bowling attack as an opposition, setting a target can be even more difficult. And we saw it was only Habibullah at the top with 65 and then not many contributions after him.
Right, so it's going to be Amir Hassan and Ali Razak. The two guys are going to have to look to do the damage for the Raiders. Amir with the ball in hand now. And they have done pretty well so far, it's got to be said. There are 10 wickets between them. The economy rate of just above the 7 mark, so they've been striking. They do have Afnan Khan as well, who's been a real trump card for the Raiders. His left arm orthodox.
Yes, Afnan has been really good. The bowler who's got a hat-trick in this competition. And that too against the same team. Sorry, against the Hunters. He got the hat-trick against the Hunters.
The thing about Mardan Warriors at the top, they don't have to take too many risks. Going at just a shade over the 6 mark, they can just settle in a bit. The track, I guess, hasn't come on quite as much as some of the others. That's eased away for 1 only.
And that's the risk you take when you want to set a target in T20, that if you get out early, then the sting of your new ball bowler can be managed by the opposition, because then they don't have to take them on. And this is the case here. They can take their own time, get the ball a bit old, and then attack.
This line has been very good so far. Not too much swing. Nice and controlled.
Good lines and good lengths. He's not given any width or any length to the batter, both Thomas and Shahzeeb.
And that's where a problem is going to be, because even though he's applying good pressure at the moment, not allowing him to get away with any boundaries or any twos, I suppose, at this stage. It's only 3 singles, that's all they've scored. It doesn't really matter. They can just reset the batters in the next over and say, okay, let's just carry on, keep going like we are. Let's make sure we don't lose wickets at the top, see off these 2 seamers.
Just like that. After 1 over, 3 for naught.
Shahid Afridi It's a lovely bit of artwork, actually, of Shahid Afridi. I presume that gentleman is the man that's responsible for it. It's very talented. Afridi saw it, and I think he's going to nab it, or perhaps sign it for him. Right, one over gone. Ali Raza, the other kingpin with the ball, into the attack. They've got a strike.
And he's a striker, definitely. Ali Raza, his role is to get wickets. He has been expensive sometimes.
Oh, that's just out of the reach of the keeper. Got the dive in, thick enough edge, just went past that outstretched glove and has gone for 4.
And so many times we have seen when there's not a slip. Excellent ball there. The keeper went a little later, but you needed one slip to get that catch in. Excellent first delivery.
Yeah, good dive, good attempt by Charlie Teo, the keeper.
That has been his role in the team. Just need wickets from him. He has been a little expensive in the tournament, but he's always looked to take wickets.
That's why they've now posted a slip, maybe a ball too late. Got to pick up wickets. Keeper Charlie Teo couldn't have done any more, I don't think. He's not an absolute out-and-out keeper.
This is the second time he got run out in consecutive games. Must be disappointed, would want to make an impact with the gloves now.
Thomas has quite calmly moved to 7. Just a couple of balls that Shazaev has faced at this stage. He's got off the mark. The newer ball will probably come on a little bit better. A harder ball. And as of yet, we haven't seen any swing. That'll be something that the batsman will be reasonably happy with. He's playing through the line, an indication again of no movement.
Ali Raza quite tall for his age, and a good release action, extracts a bit more bounce than other bowlers.
Another thing which is into this game now, into play, is the fact that the Mardan Warriors power play has been the lowest. Not the lowest, right? 6.5 was all they've been going at. So that, again, is not going to worry him too much. They don't have to rush around and try and pick up boundaries and try and up the ante.
But that is one thing that the Raiders can count on, bank on, get that required run rate to 8 maybe. It's 6.22 at the moment. Even if they don't get wickets, even if they can get the run rate up.
And if they do happen to pick up the 2 openers, and I'd said before, not just the one, it's got to be 2, then they're into that middle order, and they've had a real torrid time. They've lost 19 wickets in 5 matches in the middle order at a run rate of just 6.8, so that doesn't augur well.
Yes, and especially these low targets can be the difficult ones, because the openers are now playing a bit consciously, like they are not playing freely, not playing the strokes.
Slicing that away, just behind square on the offside, and that's gone for 4. It's a nice way to sign off that over. In the end, 9 from it, 2 gone, 12 for none.
This time, bit too full, outside off. Good quick hands by the batter. Shahzaib Khan opening the face of the bat, finding the gap for 4 runs.
There's the path of the Warriors. The last game against the Sharks, they lost by plenty. Hyderabad. They won by enough. Hunter's had a bit of a disappointing outing. There's a bit of movement, a little bit of swing. Maybe there's just a little bit of shine off, gloss off the ball. Maybe the ball's going to start swinging a little bit more now.
Very good delivery. It's finishing within the stumps, and that's the key. To George Thomas, you cannot give him any width. No, not allowed to open the arms.
Change of pace. A little bit of variation. So they're going steady at the moment. Another solid performance so far from Amir's, not giving much away, and these guys are always solid. Sig Motor Oil, unveil the reel, peel the label to win via a lucky draw every week. Prizes worth millions.
And as you mentioned, the ball is swinging more, so an additional fielder on the leg side. Now 4 on the leg side.
High on the bat, tried to pull it, might be a wicket. As a wicket, that's a big one. Thomas, that's the one they really wanted, I reckon. You can see the smiles from the skipper. Celebrations begin out there in the middle from the Raiders.
And George Thomas didn't get going this time. Tried to pull it, push it off the back foot. Didn't middle it at all. Easy catch for Habibullah. We saw one boundary from his bat. That too was an edge. So it's not been easy so far. George Thomas has to walk back for 7. Mardan 12 for 1.
Mohammad Farooq. Just the 7 runs in a couple of games. This is his second game. So we haven't seen a great deal of him so far. 1 down nice and early. That's puts a little bit of pressure on someone who we haven't seen much of. Shazaib would have had a little bit of a chat to him, I'm sure. Try and calm down some nerves because they'll be there. But they picked up a wicket. Have the Raiders.
Mardan Warriors, they do bat deep. They have Archie Lenham. That's the wicket, the last wicket of George Thomas. No pace on the ball, tried to muscle it down. Couldn't connect. Easy catch for the captain Habibullah. They do have depth in their batting, and it's very important that they do not delay the batters in form. In the last match, they did that.
Quite a shuffle, quite a trigger movement, Farooq, but it's nice and early, so there's no drama about it. Thoroughly enjoying themselves, that's for sure.
They're still in the school uniforms, college, school, whatever they are attending, quite happy. And there's a different kind of excitement when you are in your school uniform and not studying.
Understood totally. Short ball, bit of aggression from Amir. And that's a great over. That's a wicket made an over. Brilliant stuff. 3 gone, 12 for 1.
And this is how George Thomas got out in the previous game. Tried to pull and couldn't get the pace of the bowler. And it's pretty similar. This time the ball goes in front. The Previous match it went to the fine fielder, but similar shots. So they have a plan against him.
Nicely spotted from the boys downstairs in the white coats, slaving away in front of the machines. Amir again.
Couple of runs there, straying down the leg side. He's got 3 fielders on the leg side, 6 on the offside, and that's where he needs to bowl.
Correction, Raza, it is. His first one was on the expensive side, so he's got to make sure he gets things back on track for this over.
There's 3 fielders on the leg side. All the fielders on the offside are coming from the circle. Maybe 1 or 2 can come around that catching, get some extra pressure on the batters.
Very good line. It's been impressive actually the way that these young guys have not had any problems bowling around the wicket to left-handers.
Extract some bounce, high arm action. A lot of control. It's not easy to bowl these lines both to left and right-handers with the new ball at this age. Displaying really good skills.
What to try and do is keep Shazab quiet so that he feels a little bit uncomfortable. Should be the name of the game at the moment. Just try and rank up some dot balls and stop some boundaries. Not to be. 4 runs. I think we've seen that shot before today.
Same mistake from Ali Raza. It was with an offer. The moment he tries to swing it from outside, bring it into the left-hander, that's the problem. It gives room to Shazab Khan to play with. And he times it really well. This time, this one is even a better shot than the last one.
And that's gone over the top, and that's one bounce, and that's screamed away for a boundary. Really good connection that time, so back-to-back boundaries is putting great pressure back on Raza.
That's good batting, putting pressure onto the bowler. Just 3 fielders on the leg side. He went full, got hit on the offside. This time, adjusted the length a little too much. A quick swivel, and goes for 4.
So 10 off his first over. And he's picked that up as well, so the runs are coming quite comfortably. That's a beautiful drop kick. That's gone for 6.
And this is the over that changes the momentum of the game. 3 boundaries in 3 balls. There was a lot of pressure before these 3 deliveries on the Mardan Warriors. He faltered with the length and with the line this time. 3 fielders on the leg side, full onto the legs. Excellent connection. And that has been the problem of Ali Raza. I've been talking about that. Yes, he is a wicket taker, but he gives away a lot of runs, and they don't have those kinds of runs tonight.
Run rate is up at almost 7.5 to the over. Spars at that. No great excitement because 16 runs off that over. 4 gone, 28 for 1.
Three boundaries when the Warriors needed them the most. Offside and good pull shot, and this one's the best. Picked it up beautifully off the legs for maximum.
So he'll be disappointed, Raza. His 2 overs have gone for 25. The key now is how do the Raiders come back. Mardan Warriors are pumped up. They're going at 7 runs to the over, 28 for 1 after 4. The Raiders have got to pick themselves off the floor and come back now. And the best way to do that is to pick up a wicket, and that of Shazay would be ideal.
Shahzeb is having a good night. He's already taken 4 catches in the field. 21 of 12.
That's over the top, and that's 4 more. Farouk this time has opened his account.
Before this ball, you could see Shahzeb going and talking to the partner, and that's important. He's only playing his 2nd match. Good, confident looking shot here. It was on the back foot. He exactly knew where the fielders were, up and over.
Yeah, he's going to feed off Shazay off that last over too. That's a little benefit for the new man at the crease. Good solid shot. Straight away, the bowler's now got to make sure that he keeps things nice and tight for the rest of this over. Got to dry up the runs. Half volley, drilled, and drilled for 4.
He changed the field, got another fielder on the offside for this ball, but to no effect. It was too full this time. Outside off, exquisite timing, good balance, good head position, everything classy about that shot.
So now I think it's safe to say Farouk is away. A couple of boundaries does wonders to a batsman who's just arrived at the crease. Short, gets the pull shot out, and he's got that away as well. Terrific batting.
3 boundaries on 3 consecutive balls on this over and the last one. 12 of 3 deliveries. This time he was not fully in control, but there was no one deep fine. Even a half connection means there are 4 runs on offer.
He was a bit worried, I think, at the last minute, the man at deep square leg. He was shaping to play that shot, but got a little bit of a topper edge on it, and it went away safely. But now he's got boring.
Now he wants Shahzeb to take charge.
Kingdom Valley, why not? Go to the Kingdom Valley official Facebook page and get his chance to win exciting prizes, and you could be the next winner.
Or maybe they can only hit 3 boundaries in a row. That's the plan.
Played nicely, Farouk.
And as you said, there's a trigger movement, but the timing of the trigger movement is really good. When the bowler is about to release the ball, he's very stable.
30 runs on the last 11 balls now. Have a look at these movements from Shahzeb. Nice and compact, nice and solid, nothing too excessive, just a little bit of a shuffle across. More from Farouk, a bit more of a walk across, but still effective, and importantly, at the right time. 15 runs off that over, 5 gone, 43 for 1.
The best ever crowd in the world.
43 for 1 then. 5 overs gone. There's 1 over left of the power play. They need 79 from 90 deliveries, the Mardan Warriors, to get through this eliminator. And to get to that qualifier 2 and take on the Royals. Afnan Khan, 3 for 7 the best. And that is that hat-trick that he got. That rain-affected game. And if they are to get back into this game, that's a beautiful looking shot. Wow. Tino. I know all the fielders up on the offside, but I just like the way he got through and he got his hands through the ball.
Yeah, if they're going to entertain thoughts of winning this game, they need to get rid of Farouk and Shazib as quickly as possible. The onslaught has been fantastic up until now.
That's better. It's better because it's a little bit straighter. And he's got always field up in the circle on the offside. 2 fielders are out, are deep mid-wicket and deep long on. He's got to bowl a tight line. Doesn't get all of this. I think they'll only pick up 1 for this. It was a strange innings, wasn't it? From the Raiders when they literally Decode, the official smartphone partner for the PJL 2022. Visit Decode social media pages and get to win fabulous prizes. Yeah, I was just talking about that innings and the fact that it was a strange innings, wasn't it? They win the toss, and I just thought just nothing to actually. The first power play, what was it, 48 for 2? I thought they'd have come out a bit harder.
Well, you look at the opening partnership, those two have done the most damage for them early on, whether setting totals or chasing. And what happened is they lost Hassan Isakhel early, and I think that probably just ruffled them a little bit. Captain stayed on and carried on and then got half century later, but the start they were looking for wasn't there.
Whether this comes off a pad, I'll have to wait and see, or whether it will be given wides. They'll run away and keep your eye on the umpire. What's he going to give? Wides. 4 wides. So 50 up for the Warriors. This at the moment is their highest power play in this competition. There's still 2 balls to go.
He's just dragged this one down. It's probably because he's trying to bowl the ball as straight as possible, because on the offside there are no fielders on the boundary.
Yeah, I get what you mean about obviously the early loss of Ezekiel, but I just thought Habibullah, it was good that he got to a half century, but I just think in this sort of do or die situation, be brave, go after it. Good power play, good end to the power play for the Warriors. They get themselves to 54 for 1.
All right, so Mardan Warriors का लेकिन रन स्कोर में 54 हो चुका है. इस बार एक और उनके लिए तालियां होनी चाहिए. Come on! और इसी के साथ-साथ यकीनन मैं आप सुन रहा हूँ कि शायद खान अफरीदी मेरी बहुत प्यार से छाप के जा रहा है. गुलफुल अफरीदी से बहुत मोहब्बत करते हैं और यहाँ पर मर्दान वॉरियर की टीम है. तो एक बार क्लिक करना ही चाहिए. इसी के साथ-साथ रावलपिंडी लीडर्स की हमारी अपनी ही टीम है. तो रावलपिंडी लीडर्स के लिए एक बार प्रपोशन.
54 for 1 then, it's the end of the power play, so the Raiders will just be allowed to push a few more fielders out. I think they've got to try and put the Warriors under a bit of pressure and leave a couple of fielders up and say to them, okay, 68 off 84 shouldn't be too difficult, so we have to take wickets. You saw the phase where the Raiders struggled in that middle period between the 7th and the 15th. Just 53 runs for 4 wickets. That was the problem. And I just thought if they could just even gamble. If they're 120 all out, they're 120 all out. Get yourself to 150. Give yourself an opportunity to get there. Zaya-Ullah then into the attack.
First time we seeing him coming into the attack today. Best of 3 for 22. 5 wickets in total in the Pakistan Junior League. The operating for the pavilion. And just following on to the conversation, Corky. Oh, that's put away. That is put away. A lazy elegance about that shot.
Yeah, look at the partnership as well, 47 from 24. And even though they lost George Thomas early, they've just come out with that belief, even though they're chasing a low target, they wanted to get this game done quickly. Not allow the Raiders to put them under pressure and stop them scoring. Just be positive.
Going back to our conversation, I think what might have been in the back of the mind of the captain of the Raiders, Habibullah, is the fact that nobody else was getting runs around him. 65, the only significant contribution. I think he thought, if I try and chance my arm here and I get out, then we're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I agree. And he was in a difficult situation, but I'm a big believer as a coach, as a former player, if you're going to lose, go down with a plan that we were trying to get that. If we don't get that, we can reassess. If we're 6 down at 12 overs, okay, we're 6 down. Got to show intent. You can't be frightened in these situations. The word eliminator is a horrible word because it means one thing: you lose, you go home. But you can't worry about that. What you've got to think is, we are getting through to qualifier 2, and I'm going to be the person to lead it. And that's what they've got to try and do now. Hit that. Osaka Batu will give a reward of rupees 10,000 for every shot that hits the Osaka Power Tonic. That's what they should have done in that first innings, that intent to just go down and hit it out the park. Easy for me to say it. They're young players learning the game, I understand that, but I'm treating them like this is a proper international game. 7 overs gone, 61 for 1. And that's what I mean, that bottom left-hand corner. It's a horrible word, eliminator. But can't think about it. Got to think about qualifier 2. And at the moment, the Warriors are absolutely cruising to take on the Royals in that qualifier 2. And eventually, qualifier 2 tomorrow night. We'll then go on to the final on Friday and take on the Sharks. Afnan Khan then with his second over. Oh, big spin. Big spin. And that's what you want to try and create. Bit of doubt.
Yeah, we haven't seen this, and Shahib pleasantly surprised.
You like the look of him, don't you? I can tell. You've got that smirk on your face as a batter.
No, I do indeed. More so after that stroke. You've just got a ball that's turned and ripped towards you. He's made sure he's got himself on top of the spin. There is some extra bounce that would have been there. He was in a position where he could control it. Confident stroke.
That's a 50 partnership as well. 50 off 30 deliveries. So just 60 required now. Quick single, but direct hit could be out. Already had one run out in this game, which was Charlie Terry, who just ran himself out. And just think, keeper That's the danger. That's the only man who can run you out. Direct hits. He's miles away. Probably would have been okay. Why do you like this guy? What is it about his technique?
Now he looks organized. He knows the areas where he scores well. He's sensible. 26 and 22, but he's taken control of the run chase at the moment. With Farouk, his movements are decisive, whether he's going right back or right forward. Crucial fundamentals of batting.
Good over from Afnan Khan, just 2 runs from it. 8 overs gone, 63 for 1. Zayola. Down the wicket from Shahzaib, and he gets enough of it. Farouk. Shahzaib was watching from the other end and appreciating the fact that he's just under 200 strike rate at the moment.
Such a good shot. He's waited until the ball's out the bowler's hand so he can't see that he's advancing down the wicket to him. And once you've done that, you've eliminated the ability of the bowler to bowl a different ball. So it's up to you really what you want to do.
I don't know if you picked up that lovely picture of all the groundsmen who've worked so hard. They're expecting a little bit of rain overnight. I got told between about 3 and 6 o'clock in the morning. So this will all be covered. Ready for that qualifier 2. They work so hard, don't they?
Yeah, hats off to them and the curators as well. We've had 1 day off and a good 12 days of cricket. Had double headers, 4 of them. And prior to that, there were 3 ODIs, 3 T20s, I beg your pardon, against England within a week. So they have done a sterling job.
Yeah, and it's a thankless job, really, in a way. As a former player, forget about how many hours they are here, cutting grass, preparing pitches, getting rid of horrible rain when it floods the outfield, more so in England than here. Yeah, they work so hard. And the pitches have been excellent as well. And speaking to the main curator, and he said that these pitches have only really been down 2 months. In England, if you relay a surface or relay a square, it'll probably take a year to settle. And these have just played brilliantly. And put in that England played here, some T20s. Great, great work it's here at the Gaddafi Stadium. 9 overs gone, 71 for 1. Warriors are in complete control of this eliminator. 71 for 1, 9 overs gone. They need another 51 from 66. Abdullah with 3 for 17 was the pick of the bowlers. Change of bowling. This will be given a wide. Isakale, no runs today, having a bowl. I think they've got to try everything now. This will run away for a boundary. Pace on it, a little bit of an inside edge.
He's bowling very quickly. And that's why once it was deflected down the leg side and got past the man at 45, made its way very quickly down to that fine leg boundary. He's going to be bowling that quickly. He's got to try and get the line right. Outside the off stump.
Like that shot. I do like that shot. I like the fact, as you say, he's in control. Gets himself in position. I like the way that he goes deep in the crease as well. He gets forward. Shahzaib. This has been a good partnership, hasn't it? 65 from 43. It's just taken any panic that was in this game out of it. Oh dear. I don't know how to describe it. Could be a wicket, this. It is a wicket. Halfway down, long hop, and Farouk has just lobbed the ball in the air, and it is the second wicket.
Well, you said you got to try anything at this stage, and anything's worked. I'm not so sure how to describe the delivery. Yeah, it's done the job. That's what matters. Looks like it's almost gone through that hand, actually. But lodges safely in the end. The end of a good partnership, 65 in just 44 balls. Look at that reaction. He knows he's not deserving of a wicket with that delivery, but it doesn't matter. Farouk's look good, 32 and 20. Mardan Warriors, 77 for 2.
Ollie Cox then, 5 matches so far. This is his 5th, 42 runs, best of 19. Now they only need 45 from 63. Can the Raiders just put them under a bit more pressure here? Take a couple of wickets. Maybe look to get Shahzaib out as well, and then all of a sudden cut the boundaries out and put the new batters under pressure. Absolute pie, you would say. Not a great delivery, but they're not bothered.
Yeah, it's that short because he's trying to bowl quickly, getting through the action too quickly. That's why he's dragged it down.
Yeah, that's all right. Dot ball to finish, a wicket in the over as well. We're halfway, 10 overs gone, 77 for 2.
The batting has been really good so far for Mardan Warriors, especially Shahzaib Khan and Farouk. He has recently been dismissed in the last over, but he has done the damage.
It's all Warriors at the moment, 45 or 60. This shouldn't be a problem. 8 wickets in hand, unless the next 5 overs produce something special from the bowlers or the fielding unit. And if they have something up their sleeve, they've got to bring it out now, because this is the eliminator. Otherwise, they'll have to wait for another year for the next edition of PJL.
And some of them might not be able to play in the under-19 Pakistan Junior League next year. Asir Mughal, he was promoted up the batting order today. Not able to have an impact with the bat. Maybe he can bring things back for the Raiders.
Thank God there's no age limit for commentators on PJL. Otherwise, it'll only be Tiro coming next year. He's the youngest of the lot.
Absolutely. He can come for another 10 years.
He can actually play for the next 2 years in the under-19. It's very tough because when a situation demands 4.5 runs and over, there's no way that the batters are going to look for any sort of chances. They'll just wait for the opportunity. So in terms of field positions or in terms of bowling changes, Habibullah, the captain of Raiders, will have to create opportunities. Otherwise, this is not even run a ball.
That is why in T20 cricket, a lot of teams want to chase. As you can be more in control while you're in the chase. As a bowling captain, as a bowler, there's not much you can do here.
See, that's what the Mardan Warriors captain did. Now they saw that Habibullah going well, he's good behind the square on the offside, so they didn't give him anything outside the off stump. They kept on bowling with those spinners on his legs. And he was forced to push for these singles in the mid-wicket region, and for 5 overs there was no boundaries.
That's a really good point, and the important thing was that the leg spinners were operational. It was not left-arm spinners. Even with the leg spinner, their line was on the leg stump. And it was that middle period where Habibullah was still playing, but they were not able to accelerate. Only singles with Haroon Arshad. Between 7 to 15 overs, they only made 54 for 4. And that was the turning point for me, because in the power play, they were pretty good. 48 runs is a decent power play.
And it's not the first time. This happened earlier in the tournament in the round games that they were 100 for 2 in 15 overs and they couldn't just accelerate with 8 wickets in hand. That's a shot, but we'll find a boundary here or not. No, there's protection. So for Habibullah to say at the time of the toss that we want to bat first, and it's not the first time they have, the batting has been giving up on them. 11 gone, it's 80 for 2. And it's also the moment where we're going to have the timeout. 80 for 2 after 11. And let's have a look at the fun and learning activity during the innings break. Shahid Khan Afridi playing along with these young kids. It's one of the best moments of the day. Every game during the inning, Sana has been part of it. Colin Munro also just swinging his bat just to rub shoulders with these absolute legends of the game. It's a moment that these kids will cherish and enjoy, and the photographs will be a memory to keep.
44 required of 54 deliveries, 8 wickets in hand. Challenge for the Raiders to
So Sana, you've been a captain, of course, at the highest level. I'm not going to make it very technical, but if you're Habibullah, so what are you looking at? You're talking about 41 or 53, you know you got to ball them out. So first you need to squeeze those singles off completely. The field positions have to be a little different.
Yeah, it's difficult because you don't have runs on the board. The decision to bat first backfired. At this point, all you can do is bring your best bowlers and get an opportunity to create a wicket. There have not been a lot of dot deliveries, and that has been the case for the Mardan Warriors. So he brought a part-timer, Hassan Isa Khail. He got 1 wicket, so now he's brought in the actual bowler Afnan. They need to keep Cox on strike more, the new batter. Takes strike away from Shahzeb, who's the set batter.
Yeah, he's faced 9 deliveries for his 3 runs, so keep him on strike, and more Shahzeb by the non-strikers will make him do something out of the box, something out of his comfort zone. Because if you take the game closer and closer, it's just about 2 good overs somewhere. Once it becomes runner ball, then a wicket or 2 might be purchased somewhere.
And maybe if you're brave enough, captain, you get another fielder in and try to squeeze those singles, easy strike rotation. Because there's no way you can contain them. And if you lose today, you are out of the tournament, so you might have to take risks.
Here's a short mid-wicket, a short cover, so the 2 men wanting to stop the singles. That's in the air, but it's not hit well, so it won't reach. You almost feel it's a deliberate push, half shot. That's the bottle is waiting to be hit. You win 10,000 if you beat the Osaka Battery Tonic board and win yourself that prize.
There's a chance now because there's a left-hander on strike and it's right on long on.
That's a big shot because the half-tracker chance is here. Catch it, yes. Now he would be thinking, Shahzeb, that was it necessary? He's picked the fielder in the deep and he's taken that on. And eventually, this is a wicket that probably Raiders were looking for. This could be the opening, that 1 foot in back in the game.
And it's Afnan Khan again with the wickets. The important wicket of Shahzeb Khan. He wanted to go big. Good catch in the deep. Haroon Arshad. Very good knock by Shahzeb Khan. He looked so good. 35 of 32. Mardan 84 for 3.
Asif Khan, the new batter in, he's played a good knock for the Warriors in one of the round games, won himself the award. 49 not out was that innings.
He looked good technically as well. Good leg spin bowler. Utility cricketer for T20.
Single there. Just off the back foot. Punching it hard into the ground. So this could be the moment, the turning moment of the game.
This can be, because it was there to be hit, but there was good catching, not enough legs on the ball, and the set batter goes. And that's the point. That's where you can creep in as an opposition. Few dot balls here, get the required run rate up.
So Hasib yet to face a delivery, and 12 deliveries. That's 2 overs for 5 runs for Cox. Got to take 2 wickets here right now to get back and Raiders survive.
Ollie Cox didn't play the last game. He sat out of the match, so taking his time in this one.
Just not sure about Mughal's length. He's just made it very easy. Gentle nudge down to third man. Before that, off the back foot, just punching it into covers. Needs to just pitch it up a little more, maybe. That's what we've seen, but just getting that good length into the pitch. Exactly what the Warriors bowlers were doing.
And this is all Ollie Cox needs. He wants to stay there, take singles, because the required run rate is still under 5. He's low on confidence, didn't play the last game, has not been scoring a lot of runs, dropped a catch in this game. So if he can just nudge the ball around, can go to that 15-20 runs, then he'll have even more confidence finishing the game.
Yeah, at the moment what's happening is that the singles are coming in very easily. 4 singles of 4 deliveries. And that ball that got the wicket was also almost a half tracker. It just chose the longest part of the boundary. That's Ollie Cox's innings in the PJL.
Started well, 19 not out of 16, and then a lean patch. Did not play the last game. So it will take some time for him to settle in.
He's played, I think, run a ball. Almost like that. He's more of that bowler for the Warriors than the batter. His number has been high up in the order. He's an all-important number 3 he's playing.
And because the way Shahzeb and Farooq played, he can take his time.
$13 gone. It's 88 for 3. Seven overs to go, 34 required. It's been an overall Mardan Warriors performers who've been leading the way. They've kept the game in their control. They didn't allow the Raiders to bat 20 overs. The only thing they've lost is the toss. But that too, they got what they wanted. They wanted to chase.
Ziaullah has been brought in the attack again. And what Ollie Cox has to be careful, he don't take a lot of balls. Yes, he's settling back in, but you really don't want to take the required run rate up to 6 or 8 at this point when you have batters like the captain is still coming. He has also had a lean patch. But there's Daud Nazar and Archie Lenham. They have both been in good form. Whenever they have come in, they have scored at a good rate.
Runs here. At least 2 if they can. No, was done well by the boundary rider. Attack. Exciting prizes, courtesy Inverex Solar Energy.
This pitch has been a bit on the lower side as compared to the other pitches. We have hardly seen a sweep shot by any of the batters. They are trying to play as straight as possible, and that's why the spinners have had more say tonight.
This time they'll get 2.
Good running there. 4 of the over, 4 balls gone, and that's how they need to play. Good to see families, children, boys and girls coming here, enjoying cricket. I wonder what Shahid Afridi would be thinking.
Once again, I don't know what he is thinking, but surely it's not the way he would have taken on with the bat. 93 for 3, 14 gone. I was just talking to Tino a while ago when we were on commentary, and how if there was an exhibition game and the mentors play. So one side Shahid Afridi opens with George Thomas, the other side Habibullah opens with Colin Munro. And that's also, you know, an experience.
So Vivian, we get to see him again.
He'd be a happy man because the way Warriors have played, especially their bowling unit, throughout the tournament has been very good, very impressive, defending low totals. They've had their share of losses, but they've come back strong. And remember that they are coming into the eliminator on the back of a loss.
Is the sun still out, Sikandar?
No, but it's all about style. You do not compromise on that. The line is from the bowler is not really helping. Boundaries is what they don't need, and the singles are a problem for the Raiders.
Habibullah, all he can do now is that he can get an extra fielder inside the circle. That he has done. 5 fielders inside the circle. Shahid Afridi enjoying his time outside. One of the famous spectators of the stadium, the cat.
Shot. That's a good shot. So effortless back foot punch. It just didn't allow the boundary rider to run to his right and cut it off.
And that will really give a lot of confidence to Ollie Cox, who has been there for some time and only taking singles. But a shot like that, on the up, excellent weight transfer. Full face of the bat. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, boundary after 5.1 overs. 31 deliveries.
Five of the first 4 deliveries. This partnership now 14 of 16.
Straight. That's a shot. That is a shot and a half.
A beautiful shot. Maybe shot of the night. Just look at that. Right from the middle of the bat, straight down the ground. Now he's finding his groove. Ollie Cox, all he needed was to spend some time on the pitch. He did not play the last game. In the field, his confidence was down, but this shot, this will give him a lot of confidence.
Now he's interested. He likes what he's watching. 2 boundaries in the over from Ollie Cox. Last ball. 15 gone. It's 102 for 3.
What?
20 off 30 balls. 7 wickets in hand. You would think that the Mardan Warriors are going to do this quite comfortably. I must admit, I did think that not so long ago when the breaks were suddenly put on proceedings. It looks like Cox might have just opened up a fraction. Oh, there's a slight little misfill. There's an unforced error. Noble's going to come back for 2.
At one stage, it looked like they would get home a lot sooner than they have. But what's important is getting home. 18 and 29.
Yeah, just a reflection on the slowdown. It was between overs 10 to 15, scored 31 runs. They lost 2 and 17 dot balls. But they've got a little bit of a spurt going again now. So this is all about going through to the next game, and it's all about one side packing up and getting organised for next time around, next year. Which will be a major disappointment, of course, for the side that goes down, because it is eliminator number 1. But gee, they would have, whichever side it is, whether it's black or red, they would have had a terrific time so far, but one of these sides is going to be able to continue. He's been a little bit more animated over the last 5 or 10 minutes. It's a little bit shorter and wider, just to the sweeper.
Now, you'll be pretty happy with the way the team has performed, of course, throughout the competition, but in particular tonight.
Particularly the way that Abidallah bowled as well with his 3 for 17, which started things. 6 off that, 16 gone, 108 for 3. Here's a look at the playoff tree. The Sharks, winning qualifier number 1, have gone all the way through to the final. You can see that. Now if you go right at the bottom left of the screen, the eliminators in effect at the moment. The loser of last night, the Royals, have gone to the qualifier number 2. The winner of the eliminator, which looks like it's going to be Mardan tonight. They're going to go and join the Royals in qualifier number 2, and then the winner of qualifier number 2 goes through to the final. So it's a bit of a long way around, potentially. But the Sharks, it's a big advantage to them going straight through to the final, particularly with those 2 finger injuries they had from last night. Oh, that's fairly close.
Right, this looked pretty good from up here. And that's exactly why they've gone upstairs to take a closer look. That front foot's all right. Have a closer look at it from the front on options. Now, it's definitely straightened a little bit after pitching. And I think that's a pretty good shout, Hazy. I think it's crashing into the leg stump.
So give us the nice angle. How much does it straighten? Is it going to go on and hit that leg stump? This will be an interesting one for the television umpire to have a good look at. Arshad Riaz is the television umpire. He agrees the man in the middle. I think Shahid Afridi perhaps thinks that was a little bit close. And also maybe Munro, Colin Munro, thinking the same. Right, one ball into over number 17.
They're all pretty much academic now unless the wheels fall off this carriage.
Let's change of pace through the air. From off none. Got to pick up wickets, simple as that. That's what they've got to do. Try and put these batsmen on the back foot as best they possibly can. Mardan Warriors, they're doing it quite comfortably at this stage. 13 required off 21. Nice to have Zig Motor Oil involved. Unveil the reel, peel the label to win via a lucky draw every week. Prizes worth millions. But a flight that time.
And they're doing it at a canter now. Cox and Hasib, no real rush to get these remaining 12 runs. Still 19 balls available to them to do so.
Oh, he just bunted that back almost to the bowler. Almost a little scoop for a gift. Just over the top. 17 gone, 1-1-1 through 3. When you only score 121 after winning the toss and batting first, that puts almighty pressure on the entire team. They've got to really sharpen up after that, particularly the bowlers. They'll need a bit of luck as well. But 121 for the Raiders, not even in 20 overs. Meant they had to get both Shazib and also Thomas as quickly as possible. They got Thomas straight away, but Shazib was there for a while and played well for his 35 before he holed out. So just 11 now, that's all that's required.
Of course, the team playing today will play again tomorrow against the Royals. And whoever wins that gets into the final. Potentially, if the Mardan Warriors continue with the good form they're in, they'll be playing 3 matches in a row, including that final.
But they'll have some thinking to do about today, I think. The way they were doing it reasonably comfortably and then suddenly lost a couple of wickets or in a bit of a spot. Needed a couple of shots from Cox actually to get them back on track. I think there's too much wrong with the surface. Just want to say a big well done to the ground staff as well. I know that they have been working very, very hard throughout this entire tournament, and I know that Dominic Cork was chatting to them a little bit, or chatting about them a little bit earlier, but they work until 1 o'clock every night, making sure the facilities are organised, and then they're up every morning. They sleep, most of them sleep on the ground, up every morning at 8 o'clock, if not before. If there's rain, they're up earlier. But they've done an outstanding job, these guys. Well done. Hesitation.
Yeah, that's them. They have done a wonderful job. You're absolutely right, Hazy. They have the hose out at the end of the day. They make sure that the practice pitches are just getting a little shower and then a roll tomorrow morning so that it's still nice and firm.
These relayed surfaces as well have really performed beautifully. Going straight to the man at mid-on. The captain rather, takes the catch. Direction is Ishgal was the man that took the catch. Just having a quick look, I think, at the front foot to make sure he has got something behind upon it touching. Just enough behind.
He's looked to go over the bowler's head. More precisely, mid-on. He's closed the face on the ball. That's why he hasn't managed to get the elevation and the right contact that he was looking for. Hassan Isakhel takes the catch. Mardan Warriors unnecessarily lose another. It's gone for 12. Hasib Khan, Mardan 114 for 4.
Abbas Ali now has arrived. Playing his 6th game, not too many runs under his belt. Won't matter too much, I don't think, because they only need 8 from here. Shouldn't be any dramas with the wickets in hand they've got as well. Just a couple of solid blows will get them home. That'll be 1 off the mark. I think maybe come back for 2. Nope, settle for just the 1.
This is the end of Khan. Apart from closing the face on it, looks like it just came off the bottom part of the bat. You can see the disappointment. He knew what he wanted to do, just the execution.
And a dot ball to finish. 18 gone, 115 for 4. Quick look back at this batting card. Thomas, who's played so well so far throughout the Pakistan Junior League, going for 7, so we didn't see too much of him today. Farouk played some nice shots for his 32. Jazaib went for 35. Cox is still there at the moment. Seeb's the last to go for a dozen, but Cox 22 off 31, and Abbas has just arrived with some batting to come. There's just a little bit in the middle there. So 7 runs required now. Oh, that's a bit of a short delivery, but it didn't bounce at all. And thankfully for that gentleman, it didn't hit the timber.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Couldn't have been too far away from that off stump.
Wanting 2, calls of go, go, go. Come back for the 2nd.
That's well run and well played. It's gone right back into the crease, so he can just punch it in front of square where the gap was. No mid-wicket in place, and that's why there was an opportunity to come back for 2.
One shot away from winning this one now. He'll be happy. Chihidafridi, the mentor, they get up here. 9 balls to go. Just 4. That's all they need. And that's just tipped away down to that vacant third man region, and that's gone for 4, and that is the victory. Mardan Warriors get up and win this. Really outplayed Rawalpindi Raiders, and the Warriors continue. They stay alive. They're going to have a tough game coming up soon in the next round as well, but these guys, the Raiders, are going to be very disappointed, I'm sure. Just not enough runs. Winning the toss, batting first, not enough runs. Doesn't get you very far.
And it was trouble for them from the beginning. Lost Hassan Isakhel early. All in all, they did well for themselves throughout the competition, gave a good account of their team. And it is congratulations to them for going this far in the competition. Of course, it was the Rawalpindi Giants and the Hyderabad Hunters who didn't manage to make it as far as the qualifiers. But this eliminator goes to the Mardan Warriors by 6 wickets.
Yep, with a bit of a hiccup as well. So they're going to have to just regroup and just work through a couple of things, and maybe just file a few into the waste paper basket and then move on. Think about all the positives going forward. The Raiders, of course, are going to get to that change room. They'll be very disappointed, but I'm sure they'll have thoroughly enjoyed their outing in the Pakistan Junior League. And we'll know that it's all about coming back next year and continuing. It's always nice to see the camaraderie between these teams. Chihidafridi leading the way there. Thanking the players and also the umpires. Really good work from Mardan. Congratulations to them. They keep going.
And it's congratulations indeed for Mardan Warriors. They won't have much time to regroup. Back to the hotel tonight. We'll be out here again tomorrow afternoon for another 6 p.m. start.
Yeah, that's going to be up against the Royals. So they're going to have to front up as we have a look at what happened to the Mardan Warriors. Thomas 7. And Shazab 35, Farouk 32, Puck's 26. Not too much more than that, unfortunately. And in the end, it's a victory for them. And as I said, a couple of stutters around the place. Those 17 dot balls right in the middle will be something that will concern them just a little bit. So they didn't have a big target to chase down, and that is something they can be thankful for, because had that been the case, it might have been a different story.
Now the Raiders got a couple of early wickets, courtesy of Afnan and Amir, but they really didn't manage to get enough wickets to slow down the opposition, who had a good start, and they lose this one by 6 wickets.
Right, let's have a look at the match summary. The Raiders batting first, electing to bat first. 121 on the board. Abibullah with his 65 off 51. Abidullah was the chief destroyer with 3 for 17. He bowled really nicely as well. Lemon, I thought he bowled terrifically. The leg spinners were 2 for 20. And for the Warriors, it was Shazay, the top scorer, with 35. Farouk just behind him with 32. 122 for 4 was all they needed to get. And the wickets were shared predominantly, but the Mardan Warriors getting up by 6 wickets in the end to keep going in this tournament. And where do they go? That's the question. Well, not far. They're back here again tomorrow. They're up against the Royals for qualifier number 2. So they played tonight, they played tomorrow night. If they win that one as well, then they go through and play the final against the Guara Sharks. Okay, time for a break. We'll be back shortly with the presentation. just before we get a chance to have a chat to the winning captains and also hear from the players who, by the way, have been through some media training, all these guys, so they will benefit from that as well. Going to have a quick opportunity to look at the match summary as a look at the Raiders at the top, because they won the toss, elected to bat first, and they only got that 121 mark, not even the completion of the full 20 overs, so disappointing as far as they was concerned. Habibullah was the man who was the top scorer with 65 off 51. Habibullah 3 for 17 off his 4 overs, and Lendham with his leg spin 2 for 20 off his 4. That was impressive stuff, and a couple to Nabil as well. And the Mardan Warriors, 122 for 4 it was, and unfortunately it wasn't enough runs as far as the Raiders were concerned after winning the toss. The Mardan Warriors getting up quite comfortably in the end. Righto, so that's the story. It's now complete at the halfway mark, with Mardan going through to qualifier number 2, and they're up against the Royals, so that's going to be an important game tomorrow. And then of course the winner of that game tomorrow goes through to the final, and that's against the Guada Sharks. Okay, it's time for the presentation. Let's go downstairs and join Secunda.
Thank you so much, Hazy, and welcome to the post-match presentation of the Eliminator. And the team eliminated Rawalpindi Raiders, and it is the Mardan Warriors who have qualified to move on ahead into the Pakistan Junior League, and they'll be playing qualifier 2 tomorrow with the Royals. Now, before we give away the awards, I'd like to introduce the presentation party, starting with Mr. Usman Waheed, Director Commercial, Pakistan Cricket Board. Brigadier Jahangir Akram Chima, General Manager, Admin, Pakistan Cricket Board. With him is Lieutenant Colonel Imran Dar on behalf of Inverix Solar Energy. And in the end, Dr. Sobia Ehsan, Head of Medical Department, State Life Insurance Corp. I'll first request Brigadier Jahangir Akram Chima to please step forward and present the PCB Best Batter of the Match cash award of 25,000. And that goes to the captain of Raiders, Habibullah. 65 of 50 up front. Played a good knock. Tried to put the runs on board as a total, but the team couldn't manage to cross the finishing line. But individually, Habib has been good throughout the tournament. I'll now request Lieutenant Colonel Imran to please present the Inverix Energetic Bowler of the Match cash award of 25,000. And this will go to Abidullah for his stats 3 for 17. Brilliant with the ball, as always, and through the tournament for his side, Mardan Warriors. Next up, I'll request Dr. Sobia Ehsan to please present the State Life Best All-Rounder of the Match cash award of 50,000 rupees, and that goes to Shazeb Khan for his 4 catches and 35 with the bat of just 32 deliveries. All these players from the Mardan Warriors played an integral part in the win today. And now I'll request Mr. Usman Waheed to present the Kingdom Valley Player of the Match trophy and cash award of 100,000, and that goes to 3 for 17 Abidullah. His bowling figures 3 for 17 help the Mardan Warriors keep Raiders away from getting a big score, and we'll request Abidullah to please have a word with us. Abid, शानदार bowling रही, throughout the tournament consistently perform कर रहे हैं टीम के लिए. आज एक प्लान के साथ लग रहा था कि bowling unit आया है, आप लोगों ने उनके स्ट्रेंथ के एरियाज में बॉलिंग नहीं की और इनटू द पिच करते रहे बॉलिंग. तो थोड़ा सा प्लान बताइए क्या था एज अ बॉलिंग यूनिट आप लोगों का?
सबसे पहले तो अल्लाह ताला का लाख लाख शुक्र अदा करता हूँ. फिर उसके बाद जो हमारा प्लान था, समी भाई ने जो प्लान दी थी, वो कैप्टन के साथ जो हमारा डिस्कस हो रहा था, जो प्लान था उस पर बॉलिंग की, विकेट टू विकेट बॉलिंग की, और विकेट थोड़ा सा स्लो था तो बस विकेट टू विकेट बॉलिंग की अल्लाह ताला ने उसमें कामयाबी दी.
ना सिर्फ आप बल्कि बाकी स्पिनर्स ने भी बड़ा अच्छा काम किया और आप लोगों ने ओवर नंबर 7 to 15 में उनको बाउंड्रीज नहीं लेने दी. तो ये एक प्लान जो आप लोगों का था, आई थिंक सिचुएशन और कंडीशंस को आपकी टीम एज अ बॉलिंग यूनिट ज़्यादा बेहतर समझी.
तो सबसे पहले तो ये था हमारा कि हमने दूसरी टीम को तक बस 120 रन तक महदूद रखना है. उसमें हमारा यही था कि विकेट टू विकेट बॉलिंग करना है और उस प्लान पे चले और अल्लाह ताला ने कामयाबी दी.
चलिए, उम्मीद करते हैं टाइम कम है, कल वापस आना है और रिपीट करनी है परफॉर्मेंस. गुड लक टू यू.
थैंक यू, शुक्रिया.
एंड कांग्रेचुलेशंस टू Abidullah. I'll request now Habibullah, the captain of Raiders, to please come and have a few words with us, the losing captain from the Rawalpindi Raiders. Habibullah, आई थिंक बैटिंग ने लेट डाउन कर दिया, क्योंकि पहले भी आपके टॉप ऑर्डर ने परफॉर्म किया है, लेकिन वो जो फिनिशिंग टच चाहिए पहले बैटिंग करते वो मिल नहीं पा रहा.
जी बिल्कुल, स्टार्ट से ही आई थिंक हम लोग जो मिडिल ऑर्डर में वो थोड़ा सा कोलैप्स कर रहा था, उसमें थोड़ा सा इशू आ रहा था. बिल्कुल इन द एंड क्रिकेट आप लर्निंग ही कह सकते हैं, लर्न करेंगे इससे।
लेकिन ओवरऑल जगह आप अपना पूरा रन देखते हैं एज ए टीम इन द टूर्नामेंट अच्छा रहा है, आप लोगों के 3 विन्स थे आउट ऑफ 5 राउंड्स में, यहाँ आके थोड़ा सा आज आउट प्ले हो गए ऑपोजिशन से, लेकिन अपना थोड़ा एक्सपीरियंस बताएं एज अ कैप्टन, एज अ टीम पाकिस्तान जूनियर लीग में कैसा आप लोगों ने एक्सपीरियंस लिया, ऑफ कोर्स आपके जो मेंटोर हैं कॉलिन मनरो।
जी बिल्कुल, शुरू से हम अच्छा खेलते हुए आ रहे थे। सर जो मेंटोर हैं हमारे कॉलिन मनरो, तो उनसे काफ़ी सीखने को मिला डग आउट में, और उनका एटीट्यूड, जब उन्होंने एटीट्यूड जो क्रिकेटर का एटीट्यूड होता है, और काफ़ी चीज़ें उन्होंने सिखाई एज अ बैटर के बैट्समैन कैसा रहता है, टॉप ऑर्डर स्पेशली जो मुझे काफ़ी वो अच्छा मिला, क्योंकि ख़ुद भी 2018 में सबसे ज़्यादा छक्के मारने वाले, तो मैं तो कोशिश करता था कि हर एक लम्हा और हर एक सेकंड उनसे सीखूं, और ओवरऑल एक्सपीरियंस एज अ कैप्टन बहुत अच्छा रहा, काफ़ी चीज़ें सीखने को मिली, अप्स भी आए डाउन्स भी हुए, तो उसमें ये था कि एटीट्यूड नहीं गिरा और एटीट्यूड सेम ही रखा।
तो आप ये कहेंगे कि जस्ट बिफोर लीविंग द टूर्नामेंट एज एन इंडिविजुअल एज अ प्लेयर अपने आप को थोड़ा और फाइन ट्यून्ड और थोड़ा सा पॉलिश समझेंगे?
जी बिल्कुल, एग्जैक्टली, क्योंकि क्रिकेट की जो लर्निंग है वो कभी ख़त्म नहीं होती, तो इससे और बेहतर करके दिखाएंगे।
चलिए हबीब, आपने अपनी बैटिंग से और ओवरऑल आपकी टीम ने बहुत एंटरटेन किया, बहुत मज़ा आया, एंड बेटर लक इन द नेक्स्ट सीजन।
थैंक यू।
Captain of the Raiders. Now I'll request Abbas Ali, captain of the Mardan Warriors, the winning captain, to please talk to us. अब्बास, आप शुरू से कहते आ रहे हैं कि हमारी बॉलिंग यूनिट बहुत अच्छी है, तगड़ी है, और वो आपका बॉलिंग यूनिट करके भी दिखा रहा है, और आज भी शायद जीत की वजह मेन यही रही कि आप लोगों ने उनको बैटिंग में उठने नहीं दिया।
जी बिल्कुल, जिस तरह प्लान कर रहे थे शुरू से कि हमारी बॉलिंग अटैक बहुत अच्छी है, और इंशाल्लाह वो करके भी आ रहा है माशाल्लाह। जिस तरह समी भाई प्लान देता है विकेट विकेट बॉलिंग करना, बॉलरों के साथ हेल्प करता है, तो उसी तरह उस पर कोशिश करते हैं कि उसी पे प्लान पे रहे, और अल्लाह ताला उसमें कामयाबी देते हैं।
अच्छा, 48 पे 2 थे 6 ओवर में उनके, उसके बाद आपने कोई स्ट्रैटेजी बदली थी? जब स्पिनर्स आए आपने उनको 5 ओवर तक कोई बाउंड्री नहीं दी?
जी बिल्कुल, जिस तरह सर्कल में वो लोग बहुत अच्छे खेले, 6 में 48 हबीबुल्ला बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा था, बस यही प्लान कर रहे थे कि पार्टनरशिप लगना है बॉलरों ने। असीब के साथ भी यही बात हो रही थी, आर्ची के साथ भी यही बात हो रही कि पार्टनरशिप इधर ज़रूरी है हमारे लिए। जिस तरह हम पहले शुरू में बोले थे कि 135-40 तक रिस्ट्रिक्ट करना है, बस वही प्लान के साथ कर रहे थे, पार्टनरशिप लगाने वाला ने उसमें कामयाबी दी।
ज़्यादा टाइम तो है नहीं, कल वापस आना है और टीम को वापस परफॉर्मेंस देनी होगी। आप एज अ कप्तान ज़्यादा मीटिंग्स करते हैं, ज़्यादा इंस्ट्रक्शंस देते हैं, या लड़कों को बोलते हैं अपना गेम खेलते रहो?
नहीं, इतना ज़्यादा मीटिंग तो नहीं करते, बस जिसका अपना नेचुरल है उसी को बोलता है नेचुरली खेले, और शाहिद भाई बहुत सपोर्ट करता है हमें, बहुत हेल्प करता है, हमारा प्लान वही देता है, रहमान भाई प्लान देता है, जो प्लान देता है उसी पे हम कोशिश करते हैं।
तो अब तगड़ा रहना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि लगातार अगर टूर्नामेंट जीतना है तो 3 मैच खेलने होंगे, ब्रेक नहीं है।
जी बिल्कुल, टफ टाइम है, इंशाल्लाह हम कोशिश करेंगे, तैयारी पूरी है इंशाल्लाह, कल भी सी यू इंशाल्लाह अच्छा करेंगे।
चलिए, वेल प्लेड, थैंक यू फॉर टॉकिंग टू अस। So here we are. The eliminator has been won by the Mardan Warriors, and they proceed to qualifier to tomorrow against the Royals.
Secunda, thank you very much. Righto, that's it. Tomorrow we're going to be on air at 5:45 local time. It is going to be the Royals against the Warriors. No rest for them, of course. Got to front up again. And we're going to be live from this wonderful stadium again in Lahore. First ball at 6 o'clock. Hope you enjoyed all the action today. There's going to be plenty again tomorrow and the day after that as well. We'll look forward to your company tomorrow for starters. See you then.
Well, we're done with the eliminator, and Raiders will not be happy with that. Ended up only with 121 with the bat, and the Warriors impressing, of course, with the bat and ball, chasing that down comfortably and winning the match by 6 wickets. Well, the Rawalpindi Raiders are going to say goodbye to the Pakistan Junior League journey. I've got Sana and Dom with me to talk about that match. Sana, end of the road for the Raiders. They showed promise throughout, but tonight it wasn't their night.
Yeah, I think they were heavily dependent on the top two batters. We talked about Hassan Isa Khail. He was not able to deliver tonight, but the captain Habibullah, he was able to score some runs, but he didn't find any support with the bat. And I think that was the case. The total was not enough on the board, and thanks to the bowler that Dominic picked, Abdullah.
I picked him, but I just think before we look at that, I just thought it was a complete performance. I think we've seen that with the Sharks. I thought the Mardan Warriors turned up in a pressurised game, eliminated, and what did they do? They absolutely nailed every part of it, and that's why they're going to go through to that qualifier too.
Well, Abdullah, we spoke about him earlier today, and he delivered completely.
He certainly did, and one thing that you know about him, he seems to hit his straps really well. He hits obviously that back of a length, and that's what he did really well with his 3 for 17. I think all the bowlers did really well. Irfan with his 2 for 39, Mohamed Nabil with 2 for 25, 2 for 20 for Archie Lenham as well. But when you look at the way that he bowled, he just really took it to the opposition. And that's what you do. You know, when you're trying to set a target, that's exactly what you do. And it's a good partnership.
Yeah, the partnership was pretty good. George Thomas and Shahzeb Khan, they took the attack to the bowlers, and that's how they were able to chase this target down. The 65-run partnership between George Thomas and Shahzeb Khan, that was the key in the chase, because yes, when George Thomas got out early, this partnership played a very important role.
I got a little bit excited there. I was telling you about Abdullah before you said about your partnership. We will see Abdullah now because we picked him up at the top of the show.
He deserves to be seen.
Absolutely.
For sure. Great spell in this pressure game.
And what we are doing is we are picking our team of the tournament, and what this man is showing is why he'll be in that team. And we've given one name away. Why not? Because I think that is the reason why this team has gone through to qualifier 2, because, okay, you know, he's turning up on a wicket where he's got a bit of bounce, but to turn up and get 3 for 17 and 4, when you're a coach, when you're a captain, that's what you want. You want your senior bowler to actually go out there and did it. He did it well. Look, all the bowlers bowl well.
For sure.
They defended him at 121, and it'll be a big game tomorrow. I know we're going to look at probably where the tree is, but when we look at the Mardan Warriors, we've seen them compete, but they're a good side.
They're a really good side, and we did see Tayyib Tahir getting a hit on his finger. So when Bhavatpur Royals come, there will be maybe a couple of changes, 1 or 2. And with Mardan Warriors, they are peaking at the right time, I feel. They are coming together as a unit, whether it's batting or bowling.
You look at the Royals versus obviously the Warriors now in qualifier 2, which is coming up tomorrow. That's such a tough game to pick, because they've both teams have got those, you know, little bits at which they could do it. So this should be an absolute cracker, Roa.
For sure, all eyes on tomorrow's game to see which of the two teams will qualify and face the Sharks in the final on Friday. Well, Sana, who are you supporting for tomorrow's game? Both teams just as strong.
Yeah, I think we'll just wait for the team news a little bit. Also, I would also want to know what players are available for selection. But I do think both teams look really pretty even for now.
Dominic?
I'm going to give you a quite easy answer. The Royals will play the Sharks in the final.
Well, wonderful. You've been pretty good with your predictions so far. So let's see what happens tomorrow. An important game for everyone. So do join us. That's all from us here. Until then, good night.